Buongiorno, benvenuti al terzo e ultimo giorno del Forum internazionale sulla sostenibilità delle istituzioni culturali. Oggi avremo comunque un programma molto denso, anche se fortunatamente stiamo arrivando alle conclusioni rispetto a tutti i temi trattati, quindi questa mattina avremo un keynote speech del coreografo 𝘓𝐸𝐻𝑍 𝘓𝐸𝐻𝑍 tra pochissimo, poi ci sarà l'ultimo tavolo di discussione e ragionamento dedicato al Human and More Than Human, e poi nel pomeriggio, a conclusione, ci saranno 2 ore di discussione con tutti i moderatori e con chiunque voglia intervenire naturalmente, per tirare le fila di cosa sia emerso a caldo per ora da tutte queste ragionamenti collettivi. Dunque ho il piacere qui di introdurvi in realtà 3 persone che ci hanno aiutato e sostenuto nello sviluppo di questo forum. Il primo è Daniele Valbonesi, che è consigliere regionale dell'Emilia-Romagna, e poi c'è invece Claudia Mazzoni, che è presidente facente funzioni del Parco delle Foreste Casentinesi. Il parco è un'area geografica in cui Santa Sofia, la città in cui siamo ora, è collocata, e è la ragione per cui il nostro ragionamento sulle arti parte in connessione già a priori con la natura e ci spinge questa cosa a ragionare chiaramente su come possiamo prenderci cura e come possiamo collocarci come esseri umani e società all'interno di un contesto appunto che ha delle sue esigenze naturali oltre che socio-politiche. Quindi lascio la parola intanto a Daniele e poi a Claudia, e poi con noi ci sarà anche ll'A.R.A.G.A.E.T., la nostra curatrice, che comunque vi introduco più tardi, che ci spiegherà la mostra che attualmente è che è stata allestita qui in galleria.
Grazie, buongiorno a tutti, buongiorno a chi è collegato. Io sono Daniele Valbonesi, sono attualmente consigliere regionale dell'Emilia-Romagna. Per me è una grande soddisfazione, insomma, essere qui per vedere il grande lavoro che Institution sta tentando di fare, anche perché conosco la storia degli ultimi anni, insomma. Tutto questo è possibile grazie ad alcune scelte che vengono intanto dall'Unione Europea. Alcuni anni fa l'Unione Europea scelse di investire fortemente nei paesi comunitari in ambito principalmente ambientale, ma soprattutto rivolto al futuro, anche a seguito della grave pandemia Covid. Una delle ricadute fu il Piano Nazionale di Ripresa e Resilienza, che portò risorse a cascate sui territori. E quindi il Comune di Santa Sofia beneficiò di alcune risorse che spaziavano in ambito ambientale, culturale e sociale, e poi anche le associazioni, le forme di imprese di vario tipo del territorio hanno potuto beneficiare di risorse che in diversi casi come questo, insomma, si vedono concretizzarsi anche nell'attività di questi giorni, rivolte insomma ad alcuni ambiti precisi. Sicuramente la mia formazione personale è molto declinata alla parte tecnica e negli anni alla tecnica in ambito ambientale. Ho avuto la fortuna insomma di poter operare nel campo delle energie rinnovabili, e oggi da consigliere regionale la mia attività è molto legata agli aspetti energetici che devono giocoforza fare i conti con un mondo che ha necessità di decarbonizzarsi, ma anche di mettere il giusto equilibrio tra i costi dell'energia e le ricadute sugli esseri umani in tutte le attività che svolge. È una grande sfida nella quale probabilmente siamo rimasti indietro, nella quale l'instabilità mondiale geopolitica crea un'inerzia negativa, ma credo, anzi ne sono sicuro, che sia l'obiettivo principale. Da questo punto di vista poi quello che voi di cui vi occupate e tentate di mettere in connessione, insomma, è qualcosa che riguarda la sostenibilità che in vari settori, anche in quello che dicevo precedentemente, alla parte più legata chiaramente alla cultura, all'arte contemporanea. Da questo punto di vista, come ogni essere umano, sono molto legato alla terra in cui sono nato, questa è dove sono cresciuto, che è chiaro che ha condizionato anche l'amore, la sensibilità verso le arti contemporanee in particolare, e viene facile, per quello che dicevo, insomma, collegare questo settore, questo ambito alla sostenibilità ambientale. È ineludibile oggi collegare le attività dell'uomo al tema ambientale, e quindi ancor di più, come voi state cercando di fare, insomma, collegare le arti, l'arte contemporanea a quello che avviene nel mondo e a quello che dovrà avvenire nei prossimi decenni. Quindi penso che la vostra ragione sociale, insomma, è quello su cui si dibatte in questi giorni. Qui sia molto collegato alla realtà, alle esigenze umane che non possono fare a meno dell'arte, oggi non possono fare a meno di una sostenibilità che è sempre più necessaria. La Regione Emilia-Romagna, mi permetto di dirlo, insomma, facendo parte di quel contesto dell'Assemblea, crede fortemente in questi aspetti. Io, assieme ai miei colleghi, dovrò occuparmi nei prossimi mesi dal punto di vista amministrativo e tecnico di piani energetici, come della produzione di energie da fonti rinnovabili, e dall'altra parte, l'avete visto, è stata qui venerdì scorso l'assessora alla cultura della Regione Emilia-Romagna, 𝐓𝐴𝐵𝐷𝐿𝐴𝐵𝐵, c'è un grande sforzo nel fare in modo che le risorse in ambito culturale e artistico possano continuare ad essere una parte sostanziosa del bilancio, ma addirittura a crescere. E quindi in quest'ottica, insomma, credo che le istituzioni assieme al mondo privato possano e debbano trovare la strada di sostenere le iniziative come questa, come tante altre, insomma, che vanno in quella direzione. Un aspetto importante, dopo di me parlerà la Presidente del Parco Nazionale delle Foreste Casentinesi Mazzoli. Sicuramente il ruolo del Parco Nazionale è un ruolo di grande importanza da questo punto di vista. È un parco nazionale insignito dall'UNESCO, è un parco nazionale dalla grande valenza forestale che collega due regioni. I parchi nazionali in Italia sono 24, quindi voglio dire, il fatto che un parco nazionale sia in questo territorio trasferisce a tutto il territorio un grande segnale d'attenzione rivolto al tema sostenibilità, e quindi anche dal punto di vista istituzionale il rapporto tra regioni, enti locali e parco nazionale credo sia di grande valenza in quello, insomma, che sono i vostri obiettivi e che sono la ragione per cui nasce Institution. Credo che il lavoro di questi giorni possa essere utile per il futuro dell'arte di questo territorio. Credo che dovranno essere, oggi ho visto che concluderete con una sintesi sui lavori di questi 3 giorni, credo sia il modo migliore, insomma, per chiarirsi le idee e poi declinarli concretamente con le attività che nei prossimi mesi, nei prossimi anni riuscirete sicuramente a fare. Da parte mia, insomma, c'è tutto l'entusiasmo e l'impegno a sostenere un'attività che credo possa intanto smuovere le coscienze come l'arte deve fare, che è un aspetto fondamentale della nostra epoca, ma dalla nascita dell'uomo, e poi ravvivare anche un settore, insomma, che ha bisogno di continui stimoli, e quello del legame, appunto, lo ripeto, della sostenibilità credo sia l'obiettivo giusto, un aspetto centrato di questa epoca. E quindi vi rinnovo il mio impegno e vi auguro buon lavoro. Grazie.
Buongiorno a tutti, ai presenti e alle persone collegate. Mi hanno già presentato, per cui io vorrei presentare il Parco Nazionale delle Foreste Casentinesi, Monte Falterona e Campigna. È un parco che si estende per 36.000 ettari e comprende 2 regioni, quindi la regione Emilia-Romagna, nella quale il comune di Santa Sofia è situato, e la regione Toscana, quindi con le province di Forlì-Cesena per la regione Emilia-Romagna e di Arezzo e Firenze per la regione Toscana. È un parco che noi diciamo è l'unico parco forestale, integramente forestale d'Italia, in quanto prevalentemente la sua superficie è coperta da boschi, ma soprattutto da foreste vetuste, che troviamo esemplari che hanno oltre 500 anni di età, che hanno vissuto, quindi sono state percorse da Dante, che hanno vissuto il Rinascimento, quindi sono foreste che conservano anche una molta spiritualità, perché all'interno di queste foreste sono presenti 2 complessi monastici molto importanti, che sono quelli della Verna, fondato da San Francesco, e quello di Camaldoli, appunto un monastero benedettino di San Romualdo, che appunto si basava prevalentemente sulla coltivazione dell'abete bianco, il quale poi questa coltivazione di fatto ha fornito anche tutto il legname per la costruzione, ad esempio, del Duomo di Firenze e di gran parte dei monumenti che sono appunto nella città di Firenze. È un parco quindi prevalentemente, ma come sappiamo nel nostro pianeta la massa vegetale rappresenta oltre il 99% della massa totale. Ci sono varie specie, quindi ci sono dei sistemi di biodiversità estremamente importanti, tanto che all'interno abbiamo la prima riserva integrale, che poi è stata appunto riconosciuta a sito UNESCO, che è la riserva integrale prima in Italia di Sasso Fratino, e poi il parco, appunto, come già è stato detto dal consigliere Valbonese, ha ricevuto anche riconoscimenti come l'iscrizione nella Green List. Quindi è ormai la valenza ambientale del Parco Nazionale delle Foreste Casentinesi, Monte Falterona e Campigna è universalmente riconosciuta. L'attività del parco è quella, oltre che naturalmente prima attività, quella della conservazione, quindi dello studio, della ricerca scientifica, ma anche quella, e questa è la vera sfida, di attuare una conservazione compatibilmente, in maniera sostenibile, con la permanenza dell'uomo su questi territori. Questa è la sfida del nostro tempo, e sulla quale appunto stiamo impegnando risorse, e anche la presenza a questo forum come partner, come promotore del forum stesso ne è la dimostrazione. Oltretutto anche la comunicazione ha una rilevanza estremamente importante. Anche noi stiamo attuando una forma di comunicazione che ha come veicolo l'arte. Perché l'arte, quindi parlo sia delle arti figurative, ad esempio ieri siamo andati a recuperare delle tele che un artista aveva collocato in parti della foresta per diversi mesi. Queste tele bianche sono state appunto posizionate, ieri sono state prelevate e lì abbiamo appunto una sorta di radiografia di quello che è successo in questi mesi, non soltanto visiva e che ci dà tante informazioni, ma anche poi adesso passeremo alle analisi chimiche e biologiche per vedere cosa è accaduto, insomma. Quindi l'arte anche che si affianca anche alla ricerca scientifica. La musica, abbiamo un progetto con un giovane cantautore che si chiama Renato Torre, che stiamo facendo un progetto che si chiama Armonia della Bellezza. La musica in natura, come attraverso la musica e le parole si possono veicolare messaggi, quelli della conservazione, dell'importanza di vivere in armonia con la natura, che sicuramente potrebbe essere un'utopia forse nei tempi moderni, ma che dobbiamo impegnarci comunque a percorrere e che quindi ha la capacità, questo veicolo di suggestione, come può essere appunto la musica, le parole, di raggiungere le profondità, l'interiorità delle persone, di raggiungere molte più persone rispetto al messaggio che vogliamo dare, soprattutto in un contesto attuale come quello odierno, dove i messaggi passano molto velocemente sui social, sono quasi degli spot, non si ha tempo per leggere, per approfondire, quindi è importante come l'arte possa essere davvero in questo periodo un linguaggio necessario per veicolare appunto i temi quali quelli della sostenibilità e dell'importanza della conservazione del nostro pianeta ad un pubblico sempre più vasto. Quindi io sono qui con la mia presenza a confermare appunto l'interesse che ha il parco in questa attività, che ha un respiro molto più ampio, un respiro mondiale, come anche le esperienze devono essere messe a confronto e come appunto dalle stesse si possono poi anche ricavare delle nuove idee, delle nuove progettualità, delle nuove strategie anche di rete, perché ognuno deve fare la sua parte, ma dobbiamo tutti avere ben presente che siamo anche noi stessi parte di un ecosistema e quindi all'interno di questo dobbiamo interagire. Quindi io ringrazio per questo invito e appunto confermo il sostegno del parco in questa bella iniziativa e vi auguro buon lavoro e saluto tutti. Grazie.
Grazie mille Claudia. Grazie mille Daniele per le vostre parole, per riconfermare insomma, la vostra collaborazione che è importantissima per noi e grazie anche per il sostegno nella realizzazione di tutto questo forum. Allora, ora interrompiamo per 5 minuti la connessione streaming, ma riprendiamo subito per il keynote speech di J. Bell, che vi presenterò a breve. Intanto, per chi è qui, abbiamo il piacere e ringraziamo tantissimo Lara, che fa parte del nostro team di Institution. Lara Gaeta è la nostra Jérôme Bell, che ci fa davvero un grandissimo onore ad aver preparato un discorso per noi, poi costellato da video, insomma, un lavoro di cui siamo davvero, davvero fieri e davvero orgogliosi di potervi mostrare, quindi grazie davvero tanto a Jérôme per aver accettato il nostro invito. Jérôme Bell è un coreografo francese che ha decostruito dei principi fondamentali di danza e teatro, ragionando principalmente su dei principi che sono molto allineati con la sostenibilità, proprio anche dal punto di vista dell'individualità, quindi un ragionamento sull'individuo come entità anche diversa, e poi con un contorno molto, insomma, critico dal punto di vista politico. Quindi siamo davvero in tune, come si dice, no? In risonanza con il suo percorso e soprattutto con la sua ricerca anche dal punto di vista ecologico di riduzione delle emissioni nella sua pratica performativa, quindi sia a livello di touring, di trasferte, sia a livello anche di ricerca poi artistica. Ora comunque ce lo racconterà lui, quindi Jérôme, ti lascio la parola, grazie ancora per essere qui con noi.
Grazie Lucia per la presentazione. Good morning, buongiorno. Thanks to Fabio Cavallucci for inviting me to participate in this forum. I will try to unfold my artistic work as a choreographer. It is an autobio-choreography covering 40 years in 40 minutes, approximately. Between 1984 and 1992, I am a professional contemporary dancer based in Paris. It is very easy for me to find some work. Indeed, some years before, in 1981, François Mitterrand is elected President of the French Republic. As a socialist and a progressive, he wants to promote an idea of a more modern and dynamic French culture. Contemporary dance fits perfectly with this idea. Thanks to the initiative of his cultural minister, Jack Lang, contemporary dance becomes well supported, both institutionally and financially. In 1992, I decided to try to become a choreographer. For 2 years, I stopped dancing and read philosophy, sociology, art criticism, art history, etc. I read mainly thinkers like Roland Barthes, Michel Foucault, Gilles Deleuze, Pierre Bourdieu, and Guy Debord. Thanks to these readings, I learned that the individual is not natural, free, or authentic, but on the contrary, that it is socially and culturally constructed. I come to 2 conclusions. One, that I have to question what I learned about dance, and 2, that I must not work from my personal life, but from society and culture. The political and the collective rather than the individual. Also, what makes me very angry is consumerism, capitalism. I have also a problem with what we call spectacle. I mean the spectacular or the entertainment, which is often associated with dance. Finally, I'm going to apply to dance some of the philosophical concepts I have discovered, and thus I create a new aesthetic. My first two pieces are very austere and, sorry, my first two pieces, it looks like yes, sorry. My first two pieces are very austere and demanding for the audience. They produce a lot of misunderstanding and sometimes anger. Here is an excerpt of my third piece called 𝘓𝘶 from 1997.
Summer. Sun. And sound. Heat. Water. Waves. Night. Fun. And laugh. Glamour. Dance. Music.
In this solo, I use some symbols of capitalism: glamour, fun, dance, America, brands, advertising, etc., to tell my own story, namely my rejection of dance as entertainment, as an instrument of the culture industry. I show the alienation produced by consumerism and capitalism on the body, which is nothing more than a puppet obeying the orders of advertising. A British journalist who dislikes the piece publishes an article titled 𝘓𝐶𝐷ology. Another asks me why I make performances like that. I answer him, to save the world. This production, 𝘓𝐶𝐷ology, becomes a bestseller. It is invited all over the world, and I get international recognition. My previous pieces are then re-evaluated and understood. From that moment, I get a lot of support and I gain total artistic freedom. For the following years, I produce some new works. Some are successful, others less, which doesn't bother me because I identify my practice to experimental art. So I'm actually not very surprised when my performances fail. In March 2019, I become suddenly aware of the real threat of global warming. I realize that touring my performances, for the most part by plane, is polluting. My company's carbon footprint is enormous. This plunges me into depression. After a week of complete despair, I decide that neither I nor my company would travel by plane anymore. Everyone thinks I'm crazy because my company's economy is based on international touring. But I'm resolved to quit this job that I love rather than carry on like this. At that time, I am working on a new production which would be a biographical portrait of the dancer and choreographer Isadora Duncan, one of the founders of modern dance. I rehearse in Paris with a French dancer, and I have the idea to make another version of the piece in New York with an American dancer. For that, I decide to rehearse through video conference with her in order to avoid travels between Paris and New York. Here is Revolutionary by Isadora Duncan. Danced by Catherine Gallant, this short solo is from 1921. Duncan is in Moscow at the invitation of the Soviet government, which, after the 1917 revolution, invites her to participate in the construction of a new society. While reviewing this dance, I understand that I have identified myself unconsciously with the politically committed woman and the fighter. Before the premiere of the piece in New York, a dance critic from New York Times makes an interview with me because she's very surprised that I didn't come to New York for the rehearsals of the piece. She publishes a huge article about this fact, adding that other artists, such as British theatre director Katie Mitchell, have also stopped flying. She's mentioning also a concert hall in Gothenburg, Sweden, which only invites artists who agree to take the train to perform there. Shortly after, I received dozens of interviews requests from all over the world. And very quickly, the news goes viral. Until then, it had only been shared with my professional circle. It is a huge surprise to see that my decision becomes so visible. I realize that I am becoming a kind of symbol of the fight against global warming. I thought I was going to stop working, but I'm suddenly becoming very present. Then in 2020, because of the coronavirus, borders are closed and several dance festivals abroad who have heard about my new way of working ask me to do pieces for them with local dancers. So it could happen that in the morning I have a rehearsal in Shanghai, in the afternoon another one in Milano, and in the evening in Buenos Aires, which is totally crazy and very exciting too. But the decision and this way of working is pragmatic response to the ecological crisis, not an artistic one. I want to do a piece on the topic itself, but I don't know how to. So I think I should look at the history of dance and see which dances have represented nature, or as we say today, the non-human or the more than human. When you're lost in your present, it is always possible to watch what happened in the past, into history. By chance, I read a book called Apprendre à voir, To Learn to See, by art historian 𝘓𝐿𝑒𝑚𝑒𝑛𝐺𝑎𝑙. She's a specialist in the representation of the non-human in painting. I asked her to collaborate with me on this project. Actually, at that time, I'm reading a lot of books about ecology. I read philosophers like Donna Haraway, Bruno Latour, Vinciane Després, Baptiste Morisot, Val Plumwood, anthropologists like Anna Tsing, Philippe Descola, Eduardo Kohn, Tim Ingold, Nastasia Martin, biologists like Rachel Carson or Lynn Margulis, ecofeminists like Silvia Federici and Caroline Mercant, the activist Andreas Moll, etc. Together with Estelle 𝘓𝐵𝐸, we finally make a piece at the invitation of the Louvre Museum in Paris, in which the art historian presents and comments on certain pieces from the history of Western European-based dances we selected. I'm going to present this work to you in a reduced form, around 3 dances only, which have been recorded in the theater. The first dance is titled L'Entrée du Soleil, Entrance of the Sun. It is an excerpt from a court ballet. The Ballet of the Night by choreographer Isaac de Benserade. Pardon, Isaac de Benserade, it's French. It was performed in 1653 by French King Louis XIV, who was only 13 years old at the time. The choreography of this ballet has been lost, but we still have the music. The dancer Gaspard Charron will perform this dance, which he has attempted to reconstruct using the vocabulary of Baroque dance. This movement, this movement identified by Gaspard is in the gestural vocabulary of Baroque dance, would represent the rising sun. Let me check. So it was this. In this dance, the sun exists in a particular mode that is found in Western culture. The sun is present here as a symbol, the symbol of kings' sovereignty. This dance reveals certain things about Louis XIV, for example, the way he used dance to construct a political image of mastery and magnificence, but it reveals nothing about the sun. I wonder what a dance that lets us see, feel, and think something non-human would like. And feel and think something non-human would look like. Sorry for that. At the very beginning of the 20th century, nature was a major inspiration for Isadora Duncan. She creates a dance called Water Study. This dance is performed by Elisabeth Schwartz. The music is a waltz by Franz Schubert. The dance, Water Study, is part of Isadora Duncan's search for what she called natural dance. She explained, all the movements of the earth follow the undulating lines of the wave, the flight of a bird, and the movements of all animals follow undulating lines. In this particular perception of nature, it is this particular perception of nature that led Isadora Duncan to create a new way of dancing, strongly characterized by fluidity and continuity of movement. Nature is used here as a means of liberating not only the body, but also the dancer's inner self. It is as the undulating movements of the water allow her to openly express the emotions running through her. And that's what gives this dance such a lyrical dimension. Here, nature is a means of expressing human passions. The non-human is used to express and serve something specifically human. There is, of course, a lot to be said about this dance, but if we stay focused on what is our question, that is, our relationship with non-humans, there is something else that strikes me in this dance. Water, that is such an essential force to life on Earth, is reduced to something delicate and graceful, which is accentuated by the ancient Greek outfit that brings to mind the figure of the nymph. It's a very special imaginary of nature that is activated here. One you can find everywhere in Western culture. Charming nature, harmonious, simple, that relaxes us and restores us. This imaginary of nature might seem positive at first glance, but for me, it is problematic because it has contributed to the fact that we consider nature in Western culture as something in a way secondary, futile, as opposed to the seriousness of human affairs. And maybe that's what I'm looking for, how to make non-humans serious, how to make them matter. Now we are going to watch an excerpt from the performance Low Pieces by choreographer Xavier Leroy, created in 2011. This excerpt is titled Lion's Vocabulary. It is performed by Gaspard Charron, Estelle Zong-Lingual, Elisabeth Schwartz, Lisa Villeray, Maxime Curvers, Scarlett Yu, and Xavier Leroy himself. Okay. Here we discover a time and space. I'm sorry, I don't know. I mean, it's so slow that. Okay. Here we discover a time and space that is not completely human. The dancers are on the floor. There is no music. We are in a slow, stretch out temporality. Here, an event for the lion is not what would be an event for us. We are no longer spectators of a dance, but rather witnesses of the autonomous life of the lions. When Xavier Leroy taught the piece, we spent time watching wildlife documentaries to observe the particular ways in which lions move. He told us to rely on our sense of smell and our ability to listen, as lions have very poor eyesight. I read recently that the lion sees only 10% of what us human can see. So Xavier pointed out the way in which lions blink in bright light and breathe in the heat. And then he told us to let go of the injunction that something spectacular had to happen. And we try to fit all these details into our human bodies without necessarily succeeding. What's so special about this choreography by Xavier Leroy is that there is meaning in non-human bodies. They become meaningful because the movements here are behaviors. They are ways of being, ways of interacting, ways of inhabiting. Here, the non-humans are not only body forms from which dance draws inspiration. There are ways of living that dance seeks to get close to. This is what can happen when a non-human dance makes room for the alterity of other forms of life. Thank you very much for your attention. I hope everything went well. I was a little bit concentrated on the video and text, but thank you anyway.
Thank you, Jérôme. Merci, merci.
Prego.
It's very, very, very interesting to also thank you for bringing us some videos from your performances, because that gave a tangible example for us of what research on choreography, but in general artistic research, could give in the more than human and human field. And this is a wonderful also anticipation with your very rich and deep pieces of a discussion that we will have in 2 minutes with the next round table. So really, it was really an honor for all of us. Also, all the other people in the room here we were all very excited to listen to your speech, and it was wonderful. So thank you very much again.
You're very welcome. Good work, everyone. I'm listening to you. Thank you. Bye. Ciao.
Ciao, bye.
Ciao.
Ok, so facciamo 5 minuti di pausa e poi riprendiamo con il tavolo. Grazie. Buongiorno di nuovo a tutti, riprendiamo con l'ultimo tavolo di questo forum che abbiamo riservato per l'ultima mattinata anche in coerenza rispetto agli argomenti di 𝘓𝐶 che ha introdotto questa mattinata, ultima mattinata del forum. Dunque il tavolo che presentiamo adesso si intitola Human and More Than Human. 𝘓𝐶 ci ha già introdotto che cosa significa e quali sono i ragionamenti rispetto a questo tema che hanno anche a che vedere appunto con l'idea di sostenibilità, di nuovo questa parola che abbiamo tanto questionato ieri con Timothy Morton, e in cui attorno alla quale ognuno di noi si sta cominciando a costruire dei significati diversi. Questo tavolo è moderato, coordinato da Valentina Vanzini, che è una curatrice di arte contemporanea. Valentina ha composto tutto il panel con una sua accurata ricerca meticolosa nel scegliere le persone corrette per condurre una discussione più completa possibile, quindi la ringraziamo davvero tantissimo. Valentina porta avanti una ricerca che parte dall'intimità in relazione allo spazio pubblico, e questo è un punto di partenza significativo rispetto al significato di per sé di More Than Human, in cui si ragiona di essere umano nei confronti di quello che c'è fuori, quindi quello che è più che umano, e che non è definito extraumano, ma più che umano, perché comunque noi dal punto di vista di esseri umani, animali, quali siamo, abbiamo chiaramente una direzione percettiva, specifica. Dunque, prima di iniziare ringrazio anche Alessia Martella, che è qui con noi, che è parte di questo panel, che però è una grande collaboratrice rispetto a tutto il forum, perché ci ha aiutato molto nel cominciare a intessere una rete con le associazioni del territorio. Lei rappresenta e è parte, una dei fondatori di Osservo, che è un gruppo locale della Vallata, della zona di Santa Sofia, che si occupa proprio di, attraverso la cultura, la ricerca anche storica sul luogo, delle tradizioni, delle fotografie, degli archivi, di creare eventi che possano mettere insieme intanto diversi target di persone, ma soprattutto di animare la scena con dei contenuti ben pensati, basati sul territorio stesso. Quindi io ragazze vi ringrazio tantissimo, siamo molto felici di avervi anche qui in presenza, e ringraziamo anche tutte le persone che sono già connesse nel panel, che sono naturalmente dei professionisti d'eccezione che non vediamo l'ora di ascoltare.
Okay, I'll start. Thank you everyone for being here, and thank you who decided to participate online despite being so close to lunchtime on a Sunday, which as Italians, we know what it means. This is an exceptional panel that I'm truly honored to moderate, and with exceptional guests that I will introduce as we go. And it will be dedicated to human and more than human, as you know. So before we start, I'd love to ask, what does human and more than human means? In this context, I think we can say, we could intend, what do we mean when we say we? Who is included? Who is expendable? And when we think of and when we act towards a sustainable present and future, who is included in that vision? How can we form alliances beyond the human scale to create a sustainable ecosystem? And sustainable for whom? And the answer to this question intertwine deeply the realm of reality and the realm of artistic creation, artistic imagination, artistic prefiguration. Today we are at the end of a very intense weekend of dialogue, of a very intense months of work and discussion to get here. But we are also at the end of an extraordinary week that started with a global mobilization, a grassroots mobilization that managed to, at least for a day, at least for a part of the world, to stop business as usual, claiming that the world as we want it, the world as we imagine it, is too far away from the world we've seen before our eyes, and this is no longer acceptable. And so, again, intertwining realm of reality, of politics, and of imagination. And this thought has stayed with me throughout the days leading to this forum, for which we are all worked so hard, for which I thank you all, and I deeply congratulate to all the organization of institution. You did a great job. So speaking for the people at this table, when we work in institution, when we work in foundation, when we work in university, we end up creating artworks, to creating public programs, lessons, didactic programs, and doing that, we first and foremost challenge the way we articulate the discourse between me and you, us and the others. And this is especially difficult when the other doesn't share our same tools. It's completely different. Is a more than human. Is maybe a river. Is maybe a park. Is maybe a machine. Is a non-human animal. So I wish that this conversation stems and starts directly from your works, and will show as them spreading like fungi or like roots, they can create a forest of collective knowledge which intertwine with the political life of the communities you live and work with. I don't want to take up any more time. We are already a little behind, so we will proceed with a brief 8-10 minute presentation from each guest, which will bring to the table their experience, their work, their projects, laying the foundation for a collective discussion regarding the human and more than human sustainability, and hopefully trying to answer to three main questions that will be how when human and more than human emergencies paralyze us and any strategy seems to fail, what are the tactics, the human and more than human alliances that we can adopt to create sustainable ecosystem, and how our cultural and artistic work can spill over, as Paola Dubini was saying yesterday, inside and outside the institution we work in, and do this practice actually shape the institution and the spaces we work and live it? Do they have this power? So I'll shut up and I leave the floor to you, starting with Klaas Gutenbrauer. He's head of the Zoonomic Institute and senior researcher in regenerative practices at the 𝐒𝐞𝐻 Institute in Rotterdam. Please excuse my terrible pronunciation. His work is drawn to the intersection of art, design, technology, ecology, exploring the points of contact and tensions between different knowledge and practices, and how they can create a different model of institution. So please, Klaas, to you. Thank you so much. We cannot hear you.
There, so beginner's mistake. Sorry for that. Thank you very much for this invitation and for the opportunity to be with you this afternoon. I will briefly try to address the main moving parts of the work that I'm increasingly absorbed in, which is the development and realization, if you like, of the ZOOP organization model. And through explaining it, all of the questions you ask will, at least, I will address them through the perspective of what we do with the ZOOP organization model. So, ZOOP is short for Zooperation, which is a made-up word consisting of two parts, cooperation and Zoe. And cooperation, you know, and Zoe is potentially you also know, probably you know, but it's the Greek word for life. Life in general, anything living belongs to the Zoe. Zoe is, yeah, maybe it's even life force, we're not absolutely sure. So, ZOOP is three things. It's an organization form, it's a learning process, and it's a basis for collaboration. So it's an organization form in the following sense, that an organization that becomes a ZOOP, I'll explain a little bit after the first introduction how that works. An organization becomes a ZOOP by installing a human spokesperson for the interests of life, for the web of life, in their organization. So common in organization is that the interests of other than human life are external, and through this installed spokesperson with the title of speaker for the living, these interests become internal. This person is attached to whatever processes in the organization or whatever projects in the organization in which the interests of other than human life are at stake, and is by being included there and by having a particular mandate, these processes alter the quality of their decisions, and step by step, process by process, they increasingly become life supporting instead of life demeaning, diminishing. So an organization part, with this person on board, an organization goes through a learning process. This is also what they commit to when they become a ZOOP. So you become a ZOOP when you sign the ZOOP contract, which basically makes you do two things as an organization. You install a speaker for the living, and you commit to a learning process, which is basically a way to learn to see your own organization as an ecosystem embedded in larger ecosystems in a relational manner, in a qualitative relational manner. It starts with the baseline assessment, in which that leads to, through several steps that I don't have the time to explain now, but through several steps leads to the ability to make a kind of relational map of the quality of your social ecological relations. And it leads you also to read this map in a normative sense, in the sense that you can see which of those relations are actually life supporting, which are not. And then the work of a ZOOP begins. This is in a way the learning cycle, the zoonomic annual cycle in its actual execution. So far we've only been mapping and like rereading the current state of an organization. After that, the work begins. And this comes down to intervening in the life diminishing relations or degenerative relations by concrete interventions that have the intention to transform them step by step, process by process, mistake by mistake. These should not be seen as pure projects, these interventions, in the sense that projects usually have a predetermined outcome. And have a tight budget and a tight planning, and are like meant to leave as much as possible outside, let's say to leave insecurities and risks as much as possible outside the project. The kind of interventions of a ZOOP are not like that. They should be seen as kind of the half of an open-ended dialogue. So you intervene either in the life-carrying capacity of the roof of your building or in the material flows of your exhibition space. And I'm quoting from the practice of 𝐕𝐢𝐬𝐢𝐻𝑖nstituut, the first ZOOP in the world. Or in the way the educational programs address their audiences, or in the way they collaborate with primary schools in the city. And through committing these interventions, through performing these interventions and learning from the response of both humans and other than humans to those interventions, you gradually, so not only by committing, but also by evaluating and adapting to the answer, you basically develop a increasingly life-supporting practice. So, organization forms speaker for the living, learning process. This learning cycle forms a yearly cycle. So every year you formulate the goals or the themes you want to work on this year and the concrete interventions that you want to work on. At the end of the year, you evaluate, you recalibrate your goals, you come up with new interventions. This follows, and you try to follow. This makes sense if you want to really directly interact with other than human life. Then you have to follow the seasons. You have to be in sync, of course, with growth cycles, etc. So this is the annual cycle, and ZOOPs, and this is the role of the Zoonomic Institute, the organization I'm heading, and that's the organization that helps other organizations to become ZOOPs. We facilitate knowledge sharing between ZOOPs. So every ZOOP works on their own goals with their own interventions, coming up with ways to do things to improve soil quality in their garden, or or come up with building processes that are less intrusive for the soil, or come up with different processes for architectural design, so that other than human life can become cohabitants of buildings that are originally only intended for humans. I'm just again giving examples from various practices of ZOOPs. We identify what of those methods are interesting in what manner to potential other ZOOPs, and we try to document them and share them with all ZOOPs. So in that sense, we're building a library of tools and methods for regenerative practices, for all organizations to work with, but basically they do work best if you actually have a speaker for the living on board and you actually follow this learning cycle, because the instrument is only one way of one half of the dialogue. You have to respond also to the answers that you're given from your human and more than human, human and other than human participants. I think I've said the main things. I want to close with one other remark. So the main aim, the larger overarching aim of the Zoonomic Institute is to foster I actually want to close up with two remarks. First is this one and then another one. The larger aim of the Zoonomic Institute is to foster a regenerative economy, which would be an economy that sustains life rather than eats it away. And a regenerative economy would be then identical to what you could call a human inclusive ecosystem, an ecosystem that also sustains humans. This would be the exact same thing, in terms of a network in which matter, energy, meaning flows and sustains all participants in different manners. But if you say regenerative economy and you also say human inclusive ecosystem, nobody thinks of these. I mean, the first connotations are not identical at all. So in order to get rid of that confusion, or in order to be able to bypass it, and also in order to really develop a space which is not there, that we need to fill with an alternative to the way things are going currently, we came up with a new word, zoonomy. So if economy means something like the human management of the household from Hesiod's Works and Days, was it 2,000 years old, a bit more maybe even, then zoonomy would mean something like life's management of life. That includes humans. So key to the zoop practice is that humans are not considered other than other species. So the fundamental move is to be kin, not to make kin, but to start from the perspective that we are already kin. The salt level in our cells is identical to the salt levels that the first bacteria had in their cells when they grew in the primordial oceans. There's a fundamental continuity between all life, and we are part of that. Humans are very exceptional, but so are oak trees, and so are beavers, and so are moles, and so are earthworms, and ferns, and what have you. We're not more exceptional, we're just equally exceptional. So we're different, but not more different. So this fundamental being member of ecosystem, being participant in ecosystems is the starting point of a zoop. But this also ties in with a couple of, or bypasses some of the representation issues, like how can you represent as a human other than human life? Well, the first move, it's not so much other, it's actually similar, and we're fully interdependent on each other. So better start from a position of similarity, from being on the side of life. This is a quote from Baptiste Morisot. To be on the side of life, and from that shared interest, see what we can do. Rather than start with the difference between humans and other life, and then having to bridge something which maybe doesn't need to be bridged in the first place, but needs to be acknowledged as a basis for empathy and solidarity. There was one more thing about artistic practice. I think I'm through my 10 minutes, but zoop is not an artwork, in the sense that it really aims for impact. And usually when you aim for impact, then you run the risk in the art context of being accused of instrumentalism, and that you reduce art to an instrument to achieve something else than art. I don't want to have that discussion right now, but I do want to say that artistic practice is crucial for the ZOA practice, because in our social, scientific, cultural frames, in science nor in scientific practices, there's no room for ambiguity. There's little room for embodied knowledge. There's little room for affective knowledge. There's little room for qualitative relational approaches, and all these are essential, and they all are, let's say, acceptable and legitimate within artistic practice. So in a way, artistic practice is a huge source of ways of knowing and ways of doing that help to discover other ways of being, that from a thriving zoonomic practice, a thriving zoop practice can also infect other institutional practices. I'll stop there.
Thank you so much, class. Thank you so much for sharing. And connecting with other long-term, commonly managed curatorial experiences, I would love to leave the floor to Marianna Dobkowska, art historian and curator, working at the Užadovský Castle in Warsaw. Her curatorial practice draws from visual and performing arts, education, collective work, activism, engaging with ecological issue and the relationship between the human and the non-human, treating art institution as a space for developing ecological imagination, and we can clearly see it from her work and her exhibition. So, Marianna, please to you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Valentina and Fabio, for this invitation. I'm very happy to be part of this panel, very excited about it. I don't see the share screen, I don't see the visuals, but I hope that they will be played accordingly to my little presentation. Please excuse me for I will be reading, because I really wanted to be on time with the presentation. So as Valentina said, Valentina, can you confirm that the visualizations are playing?
Yes, I think it's coming. It has been a very long weekend, but we are still on point, coming.
Fantastic. Oh, thank you very much. So, so my name is Marianna Dobkowska. I'm a curator and art historian affiliated with Ujazdoski Castle Center for Contemporary Art in Warsaw, which is one of the most important contemporary art institutions in Poland. Fabio used to be a director of it, celebrating 40th anniversary this year. I have been serving there as residency curator, as well as artistic director, and currently a curator. So as you see on this slide, Ujazdoski Castle has a very unique location. It is located in the center of Warsaw, but surrounded by the park. And this location of the castle was a topic of investigations and activities throughout the years. I feel that sustainability in art institutions is limited by institutions' memory. Working in the institutions for many years, I have seen the loss of this memory and constant struggles to maintain this institution's microbiome and protect whatever has been achieved in terms of sustainability. Recently, we have initiated a working group called the Green Team. It is a group of workers who are dedicated to protect and nurture the ecosystem of the institution, that is human, workers, audience, partners, and more than human organisms inhabiting the park as well. Next slide. I was encouraged by Valentina to speak about a current exhibition, which is with its rich educational and public program that I have curated at Ujazdoski Castle together with Edyta Żabkova, curator from Plato Ostrava, and it is still running until October 26th. It is titled Soil and Friends. And I will speak about the exhibition now. In the industrial era, humanity at best regarded soil as something self-evident, something that simply existed and required no attention, something invisible or even dirty. Today, however, we understand that soil, like the ocean, is an unexplored domain of our world, even though it lies just beneath our feet. It is not dead matter, quite the opposite. It is a site of intense activity by countless organisms pulsating with transformative processes that embody life-giving forces. Soil has been deliberately misinterpreted, turned into an object, a commodity, and a target of speculation, much like animals, plants, water, and other beings. The artists featured in Soil and Friends encourage us to abandon the human point of view and open ourselves to experiencing the world and ourselves from the perspective of the soil and its eponymous friends. Soil is neither invisible nor silent, and plants are excellent storytellers. Through the practices of the invited artists, Soil and Friends explores the intertwined histories of plants, humans, and non-human beings, various ways of coexisting with and experiencing the world, and the intersections of art, land, cultivation, and care. One of the gestures that we took to enable visualizing this relation between institution and its surrounding was to uncover the windows, which were covered with plaster for the past 8 years until June this year. The exhibition is presenting works often based on long-term processes and often research residencies which took part on-site at Ujazdowski and in Ujazdowski natural surroundings. Here you can see the work of Milena Bonilla, a Colombian artist. In her work placed on a tree outside, she's referring to the writings of Rosa Luxemburg, where it's a previous slide, where Rosa spoke of a sound made by crows, 𝐒𝐞𝐽. The work is celebrating both Rosa and the crows of which Rosa wrote, and which are actually inhabitants of this chestnut tree in the Ujazdowski Park. Next slide. Bonilla also made a botanical query around the institution, identifying wild plants growing around the castle, and marked them with botanical plaques with Polish and Latin names and sentences which refer to their properties. There is 2 more slides. Placing of the plaques is not only an artistic gesture, it also protects the green strip from mowing, contributing to biodiversity protection and inviting pollinators who live in the park. We move to next work. And next one. Julia Czunowicz, next slide. Julia Czunowicz Nettle Monument is based on artist research on wild plants in the park which have textile potential. The nettle is perceived as a weed and widely underestimated. While it offers so much to people and more than human, it can be turned into natural fertilizer, it feeds us, it has medicinal potential, and it can also be used to make textiles. Next slide. A brown pattern on the wall is painted with natural clay, which is working its own beautiful way throughout the show. It takes audience on the journey into deep time. It is a profile of Warsaw Escarpment, on which the castle is located, and it was formed by a glacier 20,000 years ago. Next slides. Another work by Centrala, the architects of the show, is presenting the invisible underground architecture created by animals and insects. And next slide. Anna Siekierska made sculptures that are inspired by wisdom of seeds. Go on. While Ewelina Węgiel created an installation called The Den, which enables us to feel the underground. More slides. This is The Den. And materials for Ewelina 3-channel video installation Escarpment were shot during the night walks on the Warsaw Escarpment. The artist took last year during her residency at Ujazdowski, and it's a next slide and the next one. And its narrator is the escarpment herself. The work by Deirdre O'Mahony, on the other hand, concentrates on the contemporary problems of farming. This is the next slide. And now we can move on to the 2 final slides. While a site-specific installation by Maksud Ali Mondal, hosting the reading room in the show, was made using chlorophyll from fermented dandelions collected around the CCA. So as artist says, it is made in collaboration with local plants and millions of microorganisms, such as bacteria and fungi. It is also changing color with the time, reminding us of the uncontrollable nature of natural processes. The aim of the exhibition is to raise consciousness amongst audience about the importance of soil and modern human life that is sustaining our living from beneath by sharing the stories of our entanglement with microbes, bacteria, fungi, insects, plants, and animals through presenting the artworks rooted in long-term practices on the verge of artistic research, scientific and academic knowledge, and the wisdom of modern human world. The exhibition does not confront the viewer with harrowing images of soil degradation or planetary devastation at the hands of humankind. Instead, this project gathers narratives of planetary solidarity and kinship between humans and soil. We have invited those with whom we, as curators and institutions, share affinity and alignment of values and sensibilities. These relationships, founded on more than familiar bonds, are vital for cultivating resilience in the face of planetary crisis. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Marianna. Thank you so much. Switching the narrative, as we were saying yesterday during the circular ecosystem panel. So I would go on with the practice of Gabi Scardi, art critic, curator, lecturer in contemporary art. She is co-director of the journal 𝘓𝐴𝐴𝐴, focusing on visual art and animal studies, where we work together. Her research explores emerging artistic practices and their relationship with social, political, and ecological change, with a particular focus on public and site-specific projects as tool for inclusion and social transformation, including, of course, human and more the human life. Gabi, to you. Non ti sentiamo bene, Gabi. È acceso ora? Possiamo andare prova adesso? A posto, forse proviamo Gabi senza cuffie, potrebbe essere lì il problema tecnico, scusate.
Adesso mi sentite?
Ora sì.
Bene, allora un attimo, sentite un rimbombo?
No, siamo a posto.
No. Un attimo solo, scusatemi.
No, in realtà sì, ora sì, mi rimangio tutto quello che ho detto.
Adesso mi sentite?
Sì.
Bene?
Sì,
va bene, allora non so se mi vedete dal cellulare, non so cosa sia successo e spero non sia un problema. Non so se mi vedete perché io a questo punto non vedo più
niente. Hai anche un
niente.
bellissimo sfondo, quindi direi che ci siamo.
Mi vedete, va bene, a posto. Allora farete passare voi le immagini. So I'm going to speak Italian. I hope it's not a problem. If it's a problem, I can switch to English. So I will start in Italian. Siamo all'interno di una sessione di questo incontro per il quale ringrazio gli organizzatori perché mi sembra estremamente interessante e sto ritrovando tanti amici che tratta di un tema, quello dei rapporti intersoggettivi armonici, conflittuali, accoglienti o meno, ma che sono sempre stati intesi come relativi al resto dell'umanità. Facciamo parte di una compagine umana, siamo vincolati dal fatto che viviamo all'interno di una società. Questa è una realtà indiscussa, ma è chiaro che in questi anni qualcosa sta cambiando anche nella sensibilità generale, seppur lentamente, ed è sempre più evidente che ci dobbiamo confrontare anche con la realtà non umana, più che umana, altro che umana. Insomma, quello che abbiamo fatto finora non è sufficiente, anzi è stato estremamente pernicioso, e il risultato è assolutamente evidente in questa epoca definita antropocene. Il cambiamento climatico ormai emergenziale sta facendo emergere contraddizioni, limiti dell'agire umano, responsabilità e anche la nostra stessa grandissima vulnerabilità. Quindi è emerso molto chiaramente che siamo all'interno di un mondo molto più ampio, molto più composito, e che occorre che gli umani si relazionino in un modo nuovo con questa realtà più ampia, a partire da un concetto di convivialità, di coesistenza. Questo è quello che abbiamo visto sinora. Questo è complesso da farsi, perché significa mettere in discussione un concetto, un'idea di centralità che è stata basilare, il cardine della filosofia, del pensiero, dell'atteggiamento dell'uomo per millenni fino ad oggi, soprattutto diciamo, per quanto riguarda il pensiero e il modo di essere occidentale, ma penso che possiamo parlare dell'umanità in generale, con poche eccezioni, e quindi bisogna tornare a valorizzare l'animale che siamo, l'animale che siamo, che è in noi e che siamo. Però appunto, come dicevo, questo è complesso perché quello che va compreso è che l'umanità si tende a riconoscersi come tale proprio in opposizione agli altri animali, no? Agamben ha molto parlato di questo. Quindi si tratta di destrutturare un apparato molto complesso di pensiero e di sentire, e di operare un vero e proprio cambio di paradigma. E quando parliamo di cambio di paradigma parliamo di qualche cosa che parliamo della cultura nel senso più ampio del termine, e per questo come io, ma molti di noi, forse tutti noi che partecipiamo a questo panel, ci siamo resi conto di come la cultura e l'arte stessa possono essere fondamentali, e lo sono per diversi motivi. Possiamo leggere questo nuovo modo di operare diversamente, ma lo sono proprio perché uno dei motivi è che l'arte ci consente di abbracciare una pluralità di voci. Questo è esattamente quello che fa l'arte. Ogni artista è una finestra, artisti visivi, ma anche scrittori, no? Ogni opera, ogni libro è una finestra su un aspetto, una sfaccettatura della realtà. E questo, abbracciare una pluralità di voci, si può sicuramente allargare ulteriormente oltre l'umano e aiutarci a liberare l'essere umano da questa conservazione ossessiva del proprio territorio, che è un territorio emotivo, cognitivo, e che è necessariamente limitato se appunto ci fermiamo all'umano. Quindi in questo senso ogni opera può diventare, di fatto una spinta contro l'indifferenza, contro la separazione e l'arte, la cultura in generale, sono elementi preziosissimi non solo nelle relazioni interpersonali umane, ma anche in quelle che vogliono andare oltre l'umano. E da questo impegno nasce tutta una serie di progetti, insomma, che uno dei quali 𝘓𝐸𝐸𝐷, che portiamo avanti proprio con Valentina Avanzini, una rivista che si occupa di studi critici sull'alterità animale, e che ospita sistematicamente interventi di pensatori afferenti a diverse discipline, ma anche di artisti, teorici dell'arte, curatori che negli ultimi decenni hanno appunto frequentato questo tema così urgente. 𝘓𝐸𝐸𝐷 evidenzia proprio la labilità dei confini tra il mondo umano e quello non umano, e quindi invita a mettere in discussione la storia culturale e una storia dell'educazione che è basata sulla scissione delle radici, comuni radici biologiche umane, tra umane e non umane, e sull'affermazione di una separazione dell'umano appunto dal resto della natura, no? Abbiamo ospitato per esempio un intervento alcuni numeri fa di 𝘓𝐸𝐸𝐷 di Monica Gagliano, scienziata interessata all'ampliamento della percezione umana rispetto agli altri animali, alle piante e più in generale alla natura. E Monica Gagliano evidenziava proprio come, in una conversazione con Alice Benessi, evidenziava proprio come per esempio la scienza sia proprio basata non sulla collaborazione tra gli esseri, ma su un una programmatica separazione dell'umano rispetto al mondo esterno che, secondo la scienza, l'umano deve indagare. Per poterlo indagare, gli scienziati hanno bisogno di mantenere una posizione di separatezza, di neutralità, quindi appunto la propria interiorità da una parte e tutto il resto dell'universo dall'altro. Quindi è basata sulla costruzione di un muro protettivo tra dentro e fuori che, dice Monica Gagliano, viene eretto attraverso un addestramento estremamente meticoloso. Quindi e così tutta la cultura è basata su questo addestramento alla separazione, no? Su questo allontanamento da tutto quello che è in comune. Ecco, l'arte può rappresentare una sorta di resistenza rispetto a questa educazione che ci condiziona, rispetto a una storia della filosofia, una storia appunto della scienza e della cultura in generale, e può aprire a una possibilità di convivenza interspecifica anche a una vita interiore molto più ricca, molto diversa, e occorre quindi operare in modo teorico, no? Dal punto di vista teorico, elaborare un pensiero diverso, nuovo, ma sono importanti anche i piccoli cambiamenti nella vita di tutti i giorni, i piccoli cambiamenti che ognuno di noi può operare anche a livello professionale. E allora abbiamo già visto alcuni esempi prima. Cito una curatrice, Edith 𝘓𝐸𝐸𝐷, ma fra tanti professionisti, una curatrice teorica e direttrice di un museo nella Repubblica Ceca, Plato, che per esempio, oltre ad organizzare mostre e una serie di progetti intorno a questi temi, ha aperto il proprio museo agli animali, a partire naturalmente dagli animali domestici, quindi a piccoli passi, ma ecco, bisogna anche partire dalla prassi, perché i piccoli cambiamenti mettono nella possibilità un senso di possibilità che è contagioso, che è importante, che si trasforma in cambiamento di coscienza. Ecco, quindi guardare all'ambiente in cui viviamo, e per questo le immagini che credo stiate vedendo di Francis Alice, Sleepers, cioè guardare alla realtà intorno a noi. Nelle immagini di Francis Alice vediamo persone che dormono per la strada per i motivi più diversi, su una panca perché si stanno riposando, perché è un attimo di contemplazione, oppure a terra, siamo in Città del Messico, e dei cani che dormono per la strada, forse per gli stessi motivi. Per riposarsi, perché non hanno casa, oppure perché in quel momento va bene così. Ecco, questo mettere sullo stesso piano. E mettere sullo stesso piano vuol dire mettere in campo senso di empatia, che in parte può essere innato negli individui, ma che può essere senz'altro allenato. E il senso di empatia è fondamentale, centrale, ed è qualcosa a cui hanno dedicato grande attenzione grandi filosofi. Penso a Dewey, un grande riformatore della cultura, che ha proprio dedicato all'empatia moltissima attenzione, e ha sostenuto che l'arte è fondamentale. Uno dei suoi ruoli, delle possibilità dell'arte proprio è di far leva sul senso di empatia e di contribuire allo sviluppo del senso di empatia, perché l'arte funziona come un catalizzatore, proprio perché, come dicevo, ogni opera è una finestra su qualche cosa che non avevamo ancora visto, che non avevamo ancora pensato, a cui non avevamo ancora prestato attenzione, e quindi è trasformativa proprio perché agisce sul senso di empatia, e quindi stimola poi riflessioni, perché contribuisce perché genera un senso di prossimità, e quindi di impegno nei confronti dell'altro, un altro che è un altro umano, ma che è anche un altro oltre l'umano, no? E quindi l'esperienza estetica contribuisce a dare forma e a sviluppare questo senso di attenzione, di partecipazione, di comunicazione, in poche parole di empatia.
Thank you so much, Gabi. We are running a bit late. Do you have something? Vuoi aggiungere qualcosa?
Soltanto per chiudere, appunto, Dewey, come Martha Nussbaum, come altri, hanno evidenziato come l'arte possa appunto rappresentare una resistenza a una educazione condizionata all'idea di eccezionalismo, e che quindi possa fare moltissimo, e questo è quello che sta succedendo oggi.
Grazie mille veramente per questo intervento.
Grazie a voi.
Thank you so much, Gabi. And speaking of the possibility of arts and urban ecologies, I would like to introduce Chanal Tai, artist, professor, graduate program director of the Adaptive Reuse at Rhode Island School of Design. This meeting now is in the US, and it's scary early, so thank you so much for being with us. And he has been addressing cohabitation through his investigation on the politics of everyday life, public space, urban ecology, object of use, and artistic action since many years, and this is why his works are often shaped as settings that open themselves to common use and act as signs of collective production. I've talked enough, so Chan, to you.
Thank you so much, Valentina. And thanks, everyone. It's been great listening to you. And thanks for the invitation. I'd like to show some images as well so they can start rolling. But before they start, first of all, in response to today's theme, let me state that we are always already interspecies beings. Like many of the previous speakers have mentioned, we not only share our spaces, but our bodies are composed of and inhabited by and operate with the help of non-human organisms across a range of scales. But when things come to an apparent body scale and move upwards into communities and populations, whether they are of other species as well as our own species, culture comes into play and the differentiation of the other takes effect. And this is the normative scale from which I will speak today. And I'd like to focus on a certain kind of communal object common in many cities, which is the fountain, to address this scale. So if we can start with the images, that would be amazing.
Yes, they're coming.
Do you see the images, or is it only me?
Okay, if you can start, I swear they're coming.
Okay. So I had a fascination with Istanbul's public drinking fountains as an urban type that work as kind of public instruments, a kind of adhesive or aggregator of some sorts. And today, some of them are left to their own devices, some are displaced within the city, and some are still operational, although very few. And hopefully when you look at the images, you'll get a sense of like how they exist and how they used to exist, and how we treat the drinking fountain, I think, is how we treat shared resources. In most Western cities, there's been a culture shift towards kind of labeling them as unsanitary, having them vandalized, and finally kind of the commercial bottled water has taken over. Even though a recent resurgence in airports and semi-public spaces is encouraging, there are still kind of access barriers to water, and especially these kind of public drinking fountains. These fountains were also points of contact and places of sharing with non-human animals, especially cats, dogs, and birds, which inhabit many cities, but also exceptionally populating Istanbul. And now we really need the images, sorry. Because without the images, I think it's kind of 1 foot.
Arriviamo. We're coming. Sorry for this little delay.
It's all right. Yes.
Okay, here
And
we
I
are.
deliberately chose some Italian painters from early 19th century Orientals because of the Italy connection. But we can keep them rolling. I already talked about this is a kind of typical urban fountain. It's of course like speaks to the kind of cultures of giving, sharing. Maybe you can address like philanthropy, maybe showing off a little bit, your like your power to distribute resources, but still they've kind of always operated as a kind of congregational space for people and also animals. And all these depictions from 19th century always shows at least dogs definitely hanging around and drinking. Can we move on? We can kind of go through them. Yeah, this is one that left to his own device that got buried in time. Let's move on because I already spoke about these parts. This is that same fountain replaced, kind of surfaced. And you see the pigeons hanging around on top of it. We can continue, please. This is another one that's kind of populated by plants this time, because plants are also inhabitants of cities, feral plants. Yeah, and this is another kind of early 19th century depiction where dogs are also hanging around. And I think dogs kind of speak a lot to, especially in the context of Istanbul, like how we choose to live together. There's this book by 𝐕𝐢𝐬𝐢𝐴, which is called Dogs of Istanbul. It's a book about the early 20th century Ottoman attempt at displacing the whole dog population of Istanbul into uninhabited small islands in the Marmara Sea. And she also positioned it as a less successful rehearsal of forthcoming human displacements that took place in our geography. And the book is filled with vivid journalistic depictions of dogs literally dying out of thirst and hunger from that time, and the populace's reaction to this decision of mass eviction. And let's please move on with the images. Sorry for being an annoying speaker, but it really works with the images. Let's move forward. And I really enjoyed that Gabi showed Francis Alice Sleepers, because this series of photographs, there was a kind of great inspiration from him. And these are Istanbul streets. We can move on. We can move faster with the images so that I can continue. We don't need to.
Possiamo andare avanti con le... Okay. So there's some technical issue and the image is a bit slow, so they'll follow, I guess.
Okay. Anyway, I mean, if you can kind of at some point keep them rolling like you did with Gabi's, that's also okay. But let's, because
okay.
I mean, it's like I really structured the whole thing with the images. So anyway. There was a great reaction for this mass deportation and basically massacre of the dogs, and there was lots of kind of popular revolt around it. And ultimately today is still a conversation like whether or how non-pet and non-human animals will inhabit the city, but they are very much still around, and all the cats and dogs are kind of people of the city. And I was going to show a early drawing of mine, which inspired the title of one of my books, which I called Pigeons Are People. So pigeons are also kind of a very significant population in today's cities. But also access to clean drinking water is going back to the fountains, is also the line between the human and the less than human, because a time of wars and disasters such as the one we are going through draws this line ever clearer. And there's a line that I cannot shake off my head by Ambalavan Sivanandan. He says, the color line is the power line, is the poverty line. And I heard this many, many years ago in a song by Asian Dub Foundation. Today, while this sentence still kind of acutely relevant, we are in a moment where the water line is the power line, is the survival line. So while the climate change future appears much more aquatic, with rising waters and floods, those waters are not the drinkable kind. And so going back to fountains, the Western notion of a fountain is kind of speaks from another time when a public presence of power played out in lavish displays and grandeur. In many ways, kind of that mentality exists, but those fountains in the Western cities are also partly defunct, partly functioning. Some of them are cared for, some of them are not. So since a couple of years, I've been working on two kind of threads of work. One is kind of developing new prototypes for rainwater harvesting public drinking fountains, and at the same time simultaneously looking at existing fountains in cities and thinking of how they can be in a way harnessed to harvest rainwater. So I'm working on a kind of prosthetic additions to existing fountains, which would then enable them to harvest rainwater and provide it to a population that includes the human and the non-human animals who are in need of. And this was the pigeon drawing that I was talking about. I don't know if you saw it. So basically, I mean, they are kind of like all good things, a little bit inefficient, my fountains. Like, it's not about the maximum yield, but it's about kind of addressing and kind of asking, can such provocations contribute to a transition to a regenerative picture of shared abundance rather than this culture of enforced scarcity, especially around water, but that we can apply that thought to many other enforce scarcities in our life in relation to resources? And if so, can we continue to think about reconstructing or attempting to dissolve the power dynamics between the giver and the recipient? Or should we at peace with it and not make a great deal out of whether or when we are on the receiving end or whether or when we are on the giving end? In other words, can explicit act of sharing ever be the norm? And with that, I'd like to close today's presentations. Sorry about giving you a hard time with the images, but now that you are seeing them, I hope the picture will fall together. And these are some of the in-progress drawings of like the additions to the fountains. Thanks so much.
Thank you so much, Shan, for this idea of sharing and donating, which really resonates with the generosity you are sharing with us today. And I would love to stay on practice, artistic practice, coming from the periphery, coming from the wrecks, coming from the ruins. So I would love to introduce Camilla Alberti, visual artist. Her practice focuses on creating form of coexistence and collaboration among species, often collaborating with researchers, scientists, but also plants, fungi, insects, lichens. Her works explore liminal perspectives, wrecks, wastes that converge into sculptural forms and new materials, triggering complex vital processing within. Abbiamo ancora qualche problema.
Molto,
E ci siamo.
molto importanti e attuali per il contemporaneo. Ok, inizio con presentare la mia ricerca. Io avevo portato veramente pochissime foto giusto per darvi un excursus del lavoro, quindi anche per me, se possono girare anche in loop sarebbe perfetto, perché non hanno un collegamento diretto con quello che dirò, ma è giusto per darvi delle reference. Allora, sì, come ha detto Valentina, io ho iniziato a lavorare proprio su questo concetto di rovina come luogo in cui l'interrelazione fra le specie e la coesistenza diventava un'azione tangibile e visibile per l'essere umano. Quindi sin da quando ho iniziato con le prime sculture, io principalmente lavoro con la scultura e adesso con il ricamo, ma l'idea era proprio quella di creare degli spazi, microspazi o delle installazioni, quindi che potessero essere abitabili anche poi per il pubblico, in cui la relazione con l'altro diventasse il focus principale, quindi tutto quello che era legato sia al nostro corpo ma anche a un ambiente esterno diventasse poi ciò che le persone effettivamente esperivano e vedevano direttamente. Ho iniziato a lavorare con gli elementi in rovina perché dopo un'analisi di questi spazi, se noi ci pensiamo anche, portandovi un esempio molto banale, una casa abbandonata, quindi un luogo che inizialmente era stato costruito per un gruppo di esseri umani, da esseri umani, quindi seguendo le logiche del costruire umano, dove gli umani che hanno abitato quello spazio hanno difeso i confini fra il dentro e il fuori, pulendo, chiudendo le finestre, sigillando questi spazi. Nel momento in cui viene abbandonata, quello spazio acquista il vero potenziale, cioè non rimane più uno spazio unico e pensato solo per un gruppo di esseri umani, ma diventa uno spazio di interrelazione fra le specie. Le piante iniziano a rompere le finestre, entrano, insieme alle piante arrivano gli insetti, insieme agli insetti arrivano i piccoli mammiferi portano i grandi mammiferi, e si allontana maggiormente dalla solitudine, ciò che permette all'interrelazione tra le specie di esistere. Quindi ho iniziato a lavorare con tutti gli elementi che raccoglievo da queste rovine, nel senso che c'erano gli spazi e poi c'erano i frammenti di rovina che io potevo utilizzare nel mio lavoro e potevano essere ossa, legni, poteva essere qualsiasi elemento organico o non che aveva una fortissima storia da raccontare e che si vedeva questa storia, perché banalmente se pensiamo anche a una radice di un albero, quell'albero era un corpo vegetale, quel corpo vegetale è decaduto, è morto, quindi non è più legato a un'entità organica, ma è diventato una casa per altri organismi, per gli insetti principalmente, che l'hanno scavato, l'hanno manipolato, l'hanno costruito insieme ai muschi, insieme alle piante. Quindi il risultato che si ha è proprio una stratificazione di processi di costruzione che non sono minimamente umani, e questa cosa è visibile proprio dalle tracce, quasi poi un lavoro di archeologia, mettiamola così, del non umano. E quindi lavoravo raccogliendo tutti questi elementi, inserendoli nelle sculture, creando questi corpi ibridi, dove l'idea era proprio quella di non dare un riconoscimento alla forma che andavo a costruire, cioè doveva essere un organismo che poteva essere animale, poteva essere vegetale, doveva essere un ibrido identitario, no? Fra tutti questi organismi. E da lì ho iniziato a pensare a cosa poteva essere effettivamente l'ibridazione, come si relazionava con l'interrelazione fra le specie e la coesistenza. Quindi ho iniziato a lavorare sul concetto di mostro, un concetto narrativo che è presente in tutte le culture. Mi è capitato negli ultimi anni di viaggiare per lavoro dal Cile alla Corea in residenza, e questa figura del mostro è sentita ovunque, è un po' una cosa che accomuna l'essere umano, un po' una catarsi di paure, un po' qualcosa che sta lontano da noi, che non riusciamo effettivamente a riconoscere, a dargli un nome, quindi lo cataloghiamo come mostro. Questa identità del mostro, se noi la andiamo a analizzare, il 100% delle volte è una creatura ibrida, una creatura che mischia diversi animali, piante, un'attitudine che non può essere controllata, che non può essere, come posso dire, allevata dall'essere umano, è qualcosa che sfugge, è selvaggia. E questa cosa mi intrigava molto, quindi ho iniziato a studiare maggiormente questo aspetto, ho portato i mostri nel mio lavoro, quindi pensando proprio i corpi scultori come dei mostri, come qualcosa che sfuggisse completamente al controllo, facendo parlare non tanto il mio progettare la forma, ma una forma che nasceva dal dialogo, da tutti quegli elementi che io raccoglievo preventivamente, quindi tutte quelle rovine che si combinavano assieme. Lavorando sempre di più su questo concetto di rovina, di mostro, i mostri erano gli abitanti delle rovine ed erano rovine loro stesse, perché si andava poi ad aprire un altro aspetto, cioè quello del corpo. L'individualità del corpo, tra l'altro, come ci hanno anticipato, come ha anticipato anche Chan e Gabi, è proprio... Noi abbiamo un'idea del corpo che è individuale, cioè io sono un'entità, io sono io. In verità il nostro corpo in biologia viene definito un olobionte, cioè una creatura composita. Noi siamo degli ecosistemi, che viviamo in degli ecosistemi, quindi la visione del mondo e l'interrelazione fra le specie noi non ce ne rendiamo conto, penso proprio come costruzione culturale, ma in verità non avrebbe neanche senso andarla a identificare, perché è talmente interlacciata che noi esistiamo esattamente grazie a questa cosa. E questo olobionte in biologia è come se fosse un po' la trasposizione della figura mostruosa nella narrazione, quindi sono diventati due simboli che io utilizzo moltissimo nel mio lavoro, lavorando anche appunto come poi ha introdotto Valentina, con organismi direttamente nel mio lavoro, quindi collaborando con specie. Ho iniziato con gli insetti, un'ultima ricerca che ho fatto a Graz è proprio questa specie di collaborazione con dei licheni. I licheni sono diventati un simbolo fortissimo anche qui, perché sono l'elemento più semplice che rientra nella categoria dell'olobionte, cioè noi riconosciamo questa specie di piccola piantina, adesso passatemi il termine giusto per descrivervela, ma di piccola piantina, ma in verità quell'organismo, quella forma che noi andiamo a vedere è il risultato di una relazione fra un fungo e un'alga. Nel momento in cui si scinde quel legame, si scinde quella relazione simbiotica, scompare il corpo. Quindi è un corpo fittizio quello che noi vediamo, no? È il fungo che crea un'architettura per proteggere l'alga e per coesistere insieme. Quindi è già uno spazio, è un'architettura quella cosa lì. E questo aspetto è diventato focale nel mio lavoro. Ho iniziato proprio a costruire delle opere che potessero avere poi questo processo di relazione con le altre specie, non soltanto in una risultante estetica finale, ma proprio nel processo con cui sono costruite. Quindi tutte le rovine anche insomma reduce da residenze che ho fatto di studio soprattutto su rituali sciamanici di trasformazione della materia, tecniche antiche e moderne, dove la materia per essere trasformata, e con materia intendo qualsiasi cosa, cioè intendo la base con cui noi ci relazioniamo, gli altri organismi, qualsiasi cosa. Quindi la trasformazione della materia porta l'essere umano a mettersi in un'ottica in cui deve studiare, deve capire l'altro. Deve capire, ovviamente per trasformarlo, sia da un punto di vista tecnico, ma anche da un punto di vista, tra virgolette, energetico, deve riuscire a bilanciare tutti questi aspetti. Quindi ti pone proprio in un ruolo in cui non devi un po' abbandonare come posso dire, il tuo punto di vista privilegiato, antropocentrico, per poter lavorare e trasformare qualcos'altro. E questa trasformazione non è mai al 100% controllata da chi la inizia, ma chi la inizia, e questa è un po' la mia visione dell'artista, non è quello del creatore, ma è quello dell'armonizzatore. Quindi bisogna essere capaci ad armonizzare, a mettere insieme diversi processi che molto spesso sono completamente distanti magari dal tuo obiettivo iniziale o dal controllo che tu vorresti esercitare. E quindi ho iniziato a trasformare tutte quelle rovine, estraendo pigmenti, facendo bollire alcune parti, quindi utilizzando poi il liquido che ne esce, le polveri, mischiandole insieme, creando un processo quasi alchemico, creando poi dei biomateriali e delle paste modellabili, mischiando tutti questi elementi. E sono le sculture, insomma le immagini che avete visto, soprattutto su quel dettaglio giallo e blu, è proprio una di quelle paste. Il giallo in quel caso è un misto fra curcuma, polvere di calendula e altri organismi, insomma, altri elementi organici e non messi insieme. Utilizzo la polvere del ferro filtrata, insomma, c'è proprio uno studio di ciò che è altro. E questo mi porta all'ultima riflessione, poi chiudo. È quella anche ecco, un altro processo è quello della biostampa, banalmente, che anche qui si utilizzano materiali misti, sia organici che non, per tingere i tessuti. È un processo che tu certamente puoi controllare all'inizio, puoi decidere quale pianta mettere, quale elemento organico utilizzare, ma poi il vapore, il calore, l'umidità stessa cambia ogni volta e sono completamente fuori dal controllo umano. L'ultima appunto riflessione che volevo fare era su proprio quest'idea di alterità che ci porta sempre al di fuori. Noi quando parliamo di altro, e anche qui più che umano, noi abbiamo sempre questa scala piramidale, il più che umano, il meno che umano, ciò che è migliore, ciò che è peggiore, ciò che è diverso. Non funziona così il mondo ecosistemico, è tutto talmente intrecciato che non si può fare questa distinzione piramidale, è impossibile farla, non ci sarebbe la vita. So che è umano, noi siamo creature centralizzate, quindi è molto difficile parlare di sistemi decentralizzati, però è così. E questo aspetto dell'alterità noi andiamo a cercarlo molto spesso al di fuori, no? E questo era un po' quello che facevo io all'inizio, andare verso le rovine per cercare, no, questa interrelazione. In verità, come ho detto prima, in quanto creature lobiontiche, in quanto creature composite, e l'alterità sta dentro di noi, cioè noi già siamo quei mostri che andiamo a cercare oltre per poterli studiare. Quindi è vero, Gabi ha detto una cosa giustissima, il cambio di paradigma è una cosa complicatissima e prenderà generazioni, ovviamente in un tempo che noi non abbiamo adesso, però dobbiamo creare veramente delle forzature da un punto di vista di pensiero per poter decostruire questo modo di fare umano. Ecco, e qui finisco.
Grazie mille Camilla per questo viaggio all'indentro.
Grazie a voi.
Thank you so much for bringing us with you through your process and from waste to life, to artistic life. And speaking of acting in the periphery, not only of being, but also the physical periphery and geographical ones, I'd love to leave the floor to Louis, who has been working with the exhibition and academic department of the Museum of Contemporary Art in Chuan since 2016, contributing at the realization of over 40 exhibitions and a very rich public program that along the years has engaged in a rich dialogue with the farmlands nourished by the Yellow River outside Mocha. So, Eva, can you tell us more about it?
Thank you, Valentina. Could you hear me? Could you hear me?
Yes, we hear you.
Great, great. I'll begin. Hello, everyone. It is a great pleasure to be here today. And I would like to introduce the Museum of Contemporary Art in Chuan and share one of our recent projects. And could you please move to the next slide? Thank you. And next slide, please. Our museum was founded in 2012 and opened in 2015. It is located in northwest China, right along the Yellow River, in a region that combines deserts, wetlands, the mountains, and the river itself, the mother river of Chinese civilization. Yes, this one shows the geographic position of 𝐷𝑒𝐷, and the blue one here, you can see it's Yellow River. And and you can also see our museum. And the river itself, the mother river of Chinese civilization. Historically, this land has been home to many ethnic groups, and it is where nomadic and agricultural cultures met. So this unique geography and history, since 2015, we have organized exhibitions and public projects from this perspective. For example, the second Inchuan Biennale in 2018. Could you please move forward to slide number 5? Yes, this is a beautiful picture of 𝐷𝐷𝐷𝐷. And next, please. It's okay. Could you please move on to the second Inchuan Biennale? Okay, I'm keep going. For example, the second Inchuan Biennale in 2018, starting from the desert, ecologies on the edge, explored such like ecology, borders, and human, non-human relations. Today, I want to focus on our most recent annual public art project, Flowing Dance, Weaving the Mother River Together. Could you please move to the next slide? And over 6 months, more than 200 local residents, students, and families joined this project. Together, through hand weaving, they created a symbolic Yellow River. You can move. For Chinese people, the Yellow River is the mother river, just as the Nile is for Egypt or the Ganges for India. Why we choose weaving? Because hand weaving has been one of the oldest and most traditional crafts of the Yellow River Basin. It was chosen both as a tribute to tradition and as a simple, inclusive method that everyone could learn and use. Could you please move on? And this one, yes, shows. Yes, yes. Here you can see our staff leading participants to learn weaving, both in the community and in the museum. Okay, next one, please. Next one, please. Yes, next. Next one, please. Yes, these pictures are all showing some participants gather around in the museum and weaving the Yellow River together. Yes, please move on. Okay, this one shows yes, this one shows you can see our staff and the participants putting together hundreds of Yellow River pieces following the design and installing them on the wall. Yes, this one shows the opening day when some participants gather for a group photo in front of the completed Yellow River walk. Now I'd like to talk about the meaning of the project. This project speaks directly to the theme of our forum, rethinking human and non-human relations and building both ethics and resilience. First of all, reconnecting humans with the non-human world. By weaving the Yellow River, participants were invited to reflect on their relationship with the river, with nature, and with the ecosystem around them. Beyond grand narratives, what does a mother river mean to the people living by her side? Secondly, resilience of cultural institutions. In China, many private art museums face the challenge of sustainability. Several have closed this. 𝐒𝐞𝐲𝐽𝐻 builds stronger ties with communities, creating resilience not just for the institution, but also for cultural life itself. This is a lecture given by us to the participants about Yellow River culture. Thirdly, a shared ethical space. This project demonstrates that art should not remain the privilege of a few. By opening the museum to broad participation, we create an inclusive platform where art becomes a collective practice. This redefines our ethical responsibility as a contemporary art museum, art as a space of care, not just for humans, but also for the non-human world we live in. At last, from a strategic dimension, ecological protection of the Yellow River Basin is actually a national policy in China now. Choosing such a theme can be seen as a strategy. It helps the museum gain more official support and visibility from the society. But of course, how to maintain high-quality artistic expression while also aligning with policy from frameworks remains a delicate balance for us. Okay, to conclude, the last slide shows a comparison between the original look of the museum's public. No, please, the last one. Between the original look of the museum public space and how it was transformed through this project. The left one is the original look of the museum's public space, and the right one, here you can see the completed Yellow River artwork in the same space inside of the 𝐒𝐞𝐲𝐽𝐻. So to conclude, through projects like this, we try to show that a museum is not only a space, a place to display art, but also a space to imagine new relationships between humans and non-humans, between culture and ecology. This is what we believe one small step toward a development model that balances ethics and resilience. Thank you for your time and your attention. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Eve, for showing us these grounded practices that are shaping the human and more than human landscape around Mocha. Coming back to Santa Sofia, I'd love to introduce Alessia Martella, which is here with us, MA student in Cultural Anthropology and Ethnology at the University of Bologna, where she is specializing in visual anthropology, focusing on landscape, inland areas, and territories in crisis. She is one of the founders, as Lucilla was saying, of 𝘓𝐶𝐸𝐻, a collective established after the 2023 floods. 𝘓𝐶𝐸𝐻 combines documentary cinema, tracking, workshops, and dialogues to address the relationship between people, environment, and community, trying to rebuild a collective narration of the territory. Alessia, can you tell us more about it?
Certo, grazie innanzitutto per l'invito, grazie per il coinvolgimento prezioso a questo momento di scambio, devo dire molto raro, per cui molte grazie. Ecco, io sono qui in rappresentanza di un collettivo che è nato all'indomani dell'alluvione, in particolare delle frane e dei dissesti che si sono verificati nell'Appennino emiliano-romagnolo nel maggio 2023. Il 16 e il 17 maggio un evento estremo. Qui nella foto vediamo il segno dell'agente d'impatto di quel maggio nel podere di mio nonno, in alto mia zia che era
a very scientific and practical way. I'll ask to our last but not least guest to take the floor, 𝘓𝐶𝐲𝘓𝘁. She works at the intersection of agronomy, herbalism, textile craftsmanship, that comes back very times in this panel, intertwining ancient knowledge and local practices. Through her studies and independent research, she has studied dye plants, natural color, traveling between France, Belgium, India, to study natural dyeing practices and collaborating with institutions such as the Botanical Garden of Pisa and the Antonio Ratti Foundation in Como, to reconstruct sustainable practice based on the collaboration between human and more than human. So, Silvia, if you want to start, we can hear you, hopefully. Esatto. La frana tecnologica. Silvia, se tu ci senti, noi non ti sentiamo.
Valentina.
Eccoci. Non ti vediamo ma ti sentiamo, sei una voce sulla frana.
Mi sentite?
Ok, sì, e mi dicono che non ti vediamo noi da qua ma ti immagineremo il resto del mondo ti vede, quindi prego.
Benissimo, sappi che siamo rimasti, alcuni relatori rimasti non vi vedono, Santa Sofia è persa da tempo.
Sì, è reciproco ma stiamo cercando di ricomporci.
Ok, praticamente. Ecco Santa Sofia che è tornata.
Anche noi ti vediamo.
Quindi ho allestito queste due collezioni perché volevo che queste due collezioni avessero un pannello dove il visitatore poteva avere informazioni sulle fibre, quindi c'è il cotone, aiuta, l'ortica, la ginestra, tante piante dalle quali si sono ricavate le fibre tessili vegetali, e una collezione di piante da tintura per far riflettere sul fatto che fino alla seconda metà del 1800 tutti i coloranti utilizzati per il tessile, ma per qualsiasi cosa fossero stati utilizzati i coloranti, venivano non erano di sintesi, venivano da o vegetali o animali o minerali. Quindi questo era importante sempre, anche qua mi aggancio a quello che diceva Marianna, la memoria. Quindi ricordiamoci innanzitutto da dove veniva tutto il nostro tessile e come veniva lavorato e come veniva colorato. E poi, ecco, ogni tanto magari sarebbe interessante come spunto guardare le etichette di quello che indossiamo, capire da dove viene questa fibra, che fibra è, se è vegetale, da dove è arrivata. E quindi per me sono partita da un laboratorio, ho cominciato a fare tutto il mio percorso di studio delle piante da tintura e qui volevo portare due progetti focus miei che sono attualmente un po' in stand-by perché sono una neomamma, quindi è tutto un po' in abbandono adesso, ma tornerà. Un focus è questa cosa, la slide di prima, quindi la promozione di un ritorno alla terra e quindi un approccio dell'umano alla coltivazione delle piante da tintura. E un altro focus invece è proprio sul tessile. Io ho fatto parte per alcuni anni di un progetto molto molto ambizioso, devo dire, di recupero delle lane locali toscane. Eravamo 3 donne, abbiamo proprio preso parte alla tosa, abbiamo non personalmente tosato le pecore, quello lo fanno i tosatori, ma preso parte ad un primo passaggio che si chiama cernita, quindi selezionato i tipi di lane e da lì fatto noi tutta la filiera in modo artigianale fino ad arrivare ad un filato tinto con le tinture naturali coltivate da noi. Sono piccoli progetti estremamente ambiziosi ed estremamente, come dire, mi faccio un'autocritica, sono un po' fine a se stessi se queste 3 piccole donne si lasciano da sole e non c'è un'istituzione che, diciamo, valorizza queste cose, promuove questi tipi di scelte, questi tipi di progetti. E, per me è stato molto, molto arricchente lavorare sia nella coltivazione di piante tintorie, quindi sperimentare anche a livello artistico tutto ciò che può derivare dalle piante tintorie. Camilla ha portato anche lei i suoi esempi, cioè è un mondo magico, è un mondo veramente incredibile, però sì, bisogna spronare non solo gli individui, non solo le persone ad avvicinarsi ad un approccio più naturale, secondo me, nel mondo del tessile, ma anche le istituzioni, perché appunto se no non ci sono le energie necessarie per portare avanti progetti molto piccoli e molto ambiziosi. Un'altra cosa che mi ha fatto molto piacere, che è stata tirata fuori da Gabi, è stata l'empatia. Quando l'umano si avvicina a quello che gli sembra molto lontano, cioè in realtà il suolo, come ne è stato parlato, o si avvicina a una pentola dove bollono delle piante perché ne vuole creare tinture naturali, o si avvicina a un allevamento di pecore perché ne vuole ottenere della lana. Ecco, tutti questi piccoli passi di avvicinamento portano a questa empatia, all'accrescimento, al crescere dell'empatia, che è fondamentale davvero, perché una delle risposte alle domande che poneva Valentina all'inizio del nostro panel, cioè la risposta a una delle domande è proprio questa, cioè come possiamo migliorare noi come individui o come istituzioni culturali. Un primo passo può essere questo, l'empatia, secondo me. Io direi che, visto che abbiamo fatto tutti più o meno tardi, potrei chiudere qua e vediamo un po' se vengono fuori altri argomenti interessanti.
Thank you so much Silvia, grazie mille di questo intervento che insomma con grande intelligenza e generosità anche ha ripercorso un po' tutto quello che abbiamo detto fino a questo momento. Possiamo prenderci qualche minuto di discussione? Chiedo alla regia. Okay, thank you. We have 15 minutes for a brief discussion. It's definitely not enough. We will need another 3 hours, I guess, but so I wanted to thank you really for your generosity. I think that in a discussion speaking about human and more than human and institution, a lot of big words, a lot of big systems. We have spoken about generosity, about empathy, about sharing, about donating in a very interesting and intimate way to move real steps towards a sustainable present and future. So I would love for you to ask question or to, if you want to add something, maybe I'll have a first triggering question and then I hope we can move freely. So yesterday in the circular ecosystem panel, Michał Polasz said that in time of crisis, culture is the one that dies first. And it's actually sadly true. I mean, it's the first one to be silenced, not to die maybe, not because it's unuseful, but because it's maybe dangerous, it's maybe showing something that cannot be so comfortable for leading power or leading systems. And Marianna, I'll ask you, since this reflection is your fault, it comes directly from the conversation we had preparing this panel, and you were telling me that, yes, crisis and emergency that are outside of you, outside the cultural system or the art practice, but really in the institution, in the country, in the world, can make feel paralyzed, can make feel like all the strategy are unuseful, and so you have to use tactics that also involve personal and intimate relationship with other cultural workers. So I want to ask you, and then to all the panel, what are the tactics that can we use and how they can spill over, as we were saying, from the institution to the society?
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Valentina. Yeah, thank you so much to all the speakers because the presentations drew such a wide landscape, from artistic practices to institutional practices to the 𝐒𝐲operation, which was an introduction to the whole panel, and like coming from a huge crisis that touched the institution where I'm working at, where the institution that is fully funded by the Ministry of Culture, it means that it's very prone and very vulnerable to political changes. And it actually, this experience brought me to realization about the necessity of building solidarity networks, of sustaining, of the value of the relationships that we are creating within our institutions. So I'm very much looking towards Klaas and his concept of building the institution from within based on certain values. So oftentimes it is not possible, or it's very hard to change institutions. So institution like mine that is like 40 years old and has a certain weight to it, this the fact that it's a state funded, it's very heavy. But then there is still this energetic undercurrent that is the employees. There is the relations that we are building within the institutions that we are creating. So the willingness to kind of like change them from within, I mean, it needs a lot of energy and it needs a lot of stamina, and it's very challenging. And I know, I mean, I feel that there is so much responsibility on us, the actors in cultural scene, to take care of each other, take care of the practices that are fostering these more sustainable relations between human and non-human. So basically, I don't know if this is answering your question, but I think that we cannot get out of focus the human-to-human relations, and also training our sensitivity, empathy, and solidarity with the world that we are part of. Even if I have presented an artistic project, I believe that such situations that are expanding a possibility of experiencing the solidarity and our place in the world are one of the possible ways of attempting to nurture this type of sensibility alongside academic, scientific, economic, political moves. And it's very important within institutions to think about what is going on within, and what is the well-being of the people who create these institutions. And as much as we have power to do it, in order to keep this direction, or try to kind of create and maintain practices that lead towards sustainability, it's very, very important to project for the future and actually root these practices in legal, formal rules of how the institutions work. So they cannot just stay in the level of conversations or artistic projects that start, appear, and go, but to somehow incorporate them, as I said, in the microbiome of the institutions.
Thank you so much, Marianna. Does anyone want to add anything? Gabi? We don't hear you again.
Can I add something? Okay.
Yes, in the meanwhile, Gabi is trying to understand.
Can you hear me now?
Okay, you're doubled.
Yeah. Okay.
Oh.
But we hear you, so that's good.
Yeah. Okay. Is it fine? Or you want to speak first? No problem. I just wanted to add something to what was said. This idea to nurture the sensibility, but also to incorporate it in the institutional work. I think it's really important to when we speak about animals and alterity, to know that we are speaking of everything that is a counterpart, because animals has always been considered a counterpart, something they have not attributed subjectivity. They had only been given definitions first of all what hunts and what can be hunted, then high and low categories, domesticated, wild, exotic, objects of use, of consumption. And this is what led humans to exploit animals without any problem, without any scruple. They have been included in an economic system. And there is a very direct correlation, I think, between this phenomena and the fact that the human other animals relationship encapsulates all the themes of important themes like power, hegemony, control, and abuse of power, of course, and exploitation and racism and male chauvinism and discrimination in general. So the question of representation is very important because it's in common when we think about animals, other animals or animals that are, I mean, subjects who are part of our society but are considered not totally part of our society. So all the people, subjects who are in the margins, who live in our environment, but at the same time, I mean, in the environment, but at the same time, are not considered as exactly as part of our environment. So the idea of citizenship. So when we think about proximity, as was just said, and empathy, we are speaking of this. We are speaking of it's on many levels. There is a very direct correlation. So it's I think the issue is really important. We speak about migration, we speak about all of this, and we have a very good example of dehumanization very close to us with what is happening in this moment in different places in the world and in the Middle East in particular. So yes, I think it's really about this. Very. It's not only interspecies relationships, but it's relationships more in general. So it was just to add. If we speak about solidarities, solidarity networks, it's also about this.
Thank you so much, Gabi. Yeah. Definitely, this is definitely need to be said. And I will give the word to class, and then I'm afraid we have to stop. But let's go, please, class. You have the last and concluding words. Precious.
I'm honored. I wanted to say that this, in fact, is included or should be included in the whole notion of the more than human. It's not human versus more than human. More than human includes the human. So you have, indeed, the colonial relationships between not all humans, but particular groups of humans and their living surroundings are, mirror the relations that the same groups of particular humans have to otherwise gendered bodies, otherwise colored bodies, etc., etc., etc. This is the same relationship. It's the fundamental colonial relationship. But in order to change it, so I hear a lot of reference to artistic knowledge, scientific knowledge, representation issues, but I wanted to call attention to, I think I find this a similarity between the practice of Chan, Altai and Zoop, to really call to a, in a certain way, a humble practice. And we can make it is extremely complex, but this is not something we can change in one go, or we cannot, let's say, attack at the size of the issue itself, but we can develop an alternative practice that starts from our daily lives within our own immediate sphere of influence. So I really like the examples of Chan, of these spaces of congregation, which if you read them, if you connect to them, offer a completely real existing alternative practice, which defies all the big narratives that we just addressed in a very practical sense. And in a way, Zoop is very similar to such a thing. It's really a very simple gesture to include somebody that represents interests that are usually externalized and makes them internal. This is not a complicated issue. We know how this works. This is basic political logic. This is it's not complicated. Put it that, it's fairly simple. But from that very simple gesture, a lot of things gradually change, and it starts from where you are. It never starts from. You cannot make a change from where you're not. You have to start within your own immediate sphere of influence. And this is also what the means. There's two other words. This is what the words radical mean. This is where you address your own root. And so I want to call you up to, let's say, to include in your reference to practices we need, into knowledge and representational practices we really need the organizational and the activist, and to start from where we are in a very simple and concrete manner, to prefiguratively construct the alternative realities we actually would like to inhabit. And this is where if we don't start, then we will never get anywhere. And this is not really hard. To make this beginning is not really hard. Once you have begun, then a lot of issues come your way. But then, because you've already built a practice and because you can demonstrate that change is made, things begin to happen.
Thank you so much, class, and thank you all of you. It was so precious, so intense. And so we ran a bit late, but it was beautiful. So thank you so much, and see you later.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Very interesting.
Thank you so much.
Listen to all your interventions, your projects. You gave a sense of tangibility to the word more than human that for the most of people is not very clear. So thank you very much for joining us, all of you. So we'll take a break for the lunch, and then we'll connect again around 3 p.m. our time, CAT. For the last session, which is the summary session in which we'll summarize with all the moderators the results of the different tables in a final discussion. Goodbye to everyone in the table here, and thank you again for joining.
Thank you.
Vabbè. Qui? Dove? Poi vi mettete là. Io sto in piedi perché poi... Allora, mi dite quando siamo online? Ok, bene. Siamo ancora in fase costruttiva. Sedia, l'ultima sedia, bene. Beh, intanto grazie a tutti. Io sono Fabio Cavallucci, se qualcuno avesse perduto la connessione in questi giorni la recupera, sono fondatore di Institution. Beh, grazie prima di tutto a tutti i collaboratori, a Lucilla Grossi che ha coordinato questo forum che sta andando a concludersi, ma anche a tutti gli altri. Adesso non li menziono perché ne dimenticherei qualcuno, ma sicuramente Lara che troviamo al tavolo, che ha insomma contribuito non poco, anche Pierre ed altri ancora, insomma. Quindi grazie davvero a tutti i collaboratori che sono coloro che ci hanno consentito di realizzare questo forum, e grazie ai partner, grazie ai promotori, prima di tutto il Comune di Santa Sofia, la Regione Emilia-Romagna, il Parco delle Foreste Casentinesi e poi i partner, la Fondazione LAM, la Fondazione Cassa di Risparmio di Forlì, Gest Holding, Conad di Santa Sofia, la BBC e ancora i partner tecnici, lo stabilimento tipografico dei comuni, il vivaio Il Castellaro, il vivaio regionale, la locanda, l'orsteria La Campanara, il podere del Nespoli per il vino, e naturalmente anche i vari partner che hanno collaborato con noi a distanza, e quindi l'Istituto di Arte e Design Tecnologico dell'Accademia di Guangzhou, così come il museo, e qui mi scuserete per la pronuncia, Song-Shun Lake di Dongguan, e poi il MOFAD, Museum of Food and Drink di New York, che ha collaborato con noi in occasione della Climate Week che si è svolta a Governors Island. Ho sicuramente dimenticato qualcuno, ma era dovuto, e comunque potete andare a vedere i titoli di coda che troverete nei prossimi giorni nel video di tutto l'evento che verrà conservato online. Che dire, siamo nel momento finale, il momento, se vogliamo, non dico più difficile, perché di momenti difficili ne abbiamo avuti tanti, ma sicuramente dal punto di vista dei contenuti è quello più importante, in cui c'è bisogno di riuscire a fare un lavoro di concentrazione, di filtro e di selezione dei contenuti più importanti, meglio ancora se questi contenuti, come si è detto tante volte in questa occasione, sono contenuti di collaborazione, quindi prendono spunti da tante parti. Vedremo come Lucilla, Lara e i vari coordinatori dei tavoli, degli 8 tavoli, saranno in grado di portare avanti questo discorso, che credo quasi sicuramente non terminerà oggi, ma perlomeno si avvierà e darà luogo a quello che abbiamo definito una sorta di kit di utilizzo per le istituzioni artistiche e culturali, e naturalmente ecco, questo è quello che appunto avverrà, che comincerà ad essere fatto oggi. Forse non l'abbiamo mai introdotta ufficialmente, la si è vista solo passare, è stata dietro le quinte. Vorrei presentarvi una figura importantissima di questo forum. Senza di lei non ci sarebbe Institution qui e non ci sarebbe il forum, ed è Chiara Bellini, l'assessore alla cultura del Comune di Santa Sofia, assessore alla cultura e all'educazione. Beh, diciamo che si è assunta una grande responsabilità, non solo di portare qui a Santa Sofia questo forum, ma anche di proseguirlo e pensare che nei prossimi mesi, nelle prossime settimane, nei prossimi mesi, da questo forum nascerà poi una sorta di tavolo territoriale che coinvolge tutti gli operatori territoriali, ma territoriali in senso lato, in senso ampio, Emilia-Romagna, Toscana, che già abbiamo visto nei vari tavoli, per portare avanti una sorta di esperimento pratico, cioè per discutere sì, ma anche poter affrontare nel corso del tempo delle problematiche insieme e cercare appunto di risolverle e cercando di avvicinare il più possibile le varie istituzioni culturali in senso lato, al tema della sostenibilità. Io lascio la parola a Chiara Bellini, che ringrazio ancora e vi saluto.
Grazie a te Fabio, buonasera a tutte e tutti. Io sono felice e anche orgogliosa di aver ospitato nel nostro paese, che è comunque un piccolo centro dell'Appennino, questo forum importantissimo. Credo che sia stato un momento di fondamentale importanza, imprescindibile, perché davvero dobbiamo riflettere e interrogarci sul ruolo sul ruolo delle istituzioni culturali e soprattutto delle istituzioni pubbliche e soprattutto nei piccoli centri. Quindi era necessario questo momento di dialogo, di confronto, anche di studio e di ricerca. Quello che adesso, secondo me, dobbiamo fare è cercare di passare da una dimensione globale a una dimensione locale. Non sono due dimensioni in contrasto né in alternativa, uno deve essere linfa vitale per l'altro. L'obiettivo è quello di costruire, anche in base alle suggestioni che sono emerse, dei percorsi condivisi, dei progetti, delle buone pratiche nelle nostre comunità, e quindi questo è quello che vogliamo provare a fare, perché ne parlavamo poco fa. Io credo che i piccoli cambiamenti, i piccoli gesti siano molto importanti e possano alla fine portare quel cambiamento, a quella trasformazione di cui abbiamo tanto bisogno. Grazie, adesso passo la parola alle mie bravissime
organizzatrici. Grazie mille Chiara. Allora, noi cominciamo questa sezione di summary dando un paio di informazioni rispetto a come noi abbiamo strutturato il forum della sostenibilità, quindi pensandolo come un esempio possibile, un primo tentativo di essere più sostenibili possibili nello svolgerlo. E poi abbiamo con noi i moderatori di tutte le sessioni, che quindi uno alla volta ci presenteranno molto in riassunto quello che è emerso dal loro panel, quindi anche in 5 minuti, poco più, in modo da mettere in fila tutti i pensieri su cui noi poi, come diceva giustamente Fabio, il nostro fondatore, rimetteremo mano, rimetteremo la testa e tenteremo di intessere un contributo che sarà o una pubblicazione o un dossier, un toolkit, e poi saranno naturalmente delle buone pratiche che vogliamo noi in primis mettere in atto in tutto quello che facciamo con Institution. Dunque, ragionando parlando del concept di per sé di questo forum, come vedete, cioè, noi ci siamo confrontati con due realtà totalmente opposte e molto complesse, che sono la globalità del mondo delle arti e della cultura, e quindi la nostra volontà di coinvolgere i grandi professionisti di questo ambito, e dall'altra parte la volontà di coinvolgere la gente del luogo e le associazioni del luogo in cui noi risiediamo, quindi Santa Sofia. E in questo equilibrio che andava trovato abbiamo deciso di sacrificare la presenza di alcuni speaker, che sarebbe costata un'emissione molto grande di CO2, in favore di averli comunque con noi in connessione e creare questa modalità ibrida per cui qualcuno ci vedeva ma non era qui, ma comunque poteva dialogare con noi. Questo è il principale motivo. Chiaramente tutte queste scelte che noi abbiamo fatto a tavolino, ragionando tutti insieme molto, insomma, accuratamente, constatiamo abbiano dei risultati positivi, dei risultati negativi, perché naturalmente nelle istituzioni, quando l'abbiamo visto poi anche negli eventi in presenza, sia al museo cinese sia alla Climate Week, quando si è in presenza c'è un'energia molto più forte, l'abbiamo visto anche noi qui, quindi questo distacco tecnologico che permette di diminuire le emissioni, d'altro canto in realtà rischia di ridurre l'energia che si crea nel posto. Quindi è un interessante per noi percorso questo che abbiamo cominciato ora e che svolgeremo, porteremo avanti sperimentando ancora nei prossimi forum, nei prossimi eventi e qualsiasi altra cosa faremo. Quindi questa è la prima messa in atto, diciamo, del nostro tentativo di essere più sostenibili possibili. Quindi qui in presenza abbiamo avuto alcuni relatori come moderatori, come Alice che è qui di fianco a me, come Valentina che è dall'altro lato del tavolo. Qualcuno è venuto da Milano, qualcuno da Roma, da Torino, però abbiamo ridotto al minimo la necessità di spostamenti lunghi e soprattutto con mezzi propri, quindi tentando il più possibile di coinvolgere moderatori nel venire con dei mezzi pubblici, particolarmente in treno, per ridurre appunto le emissioni di CO2 che, come dicevamo anche ieri nel panel sull'economia circolare, no, era quello dell'economia degli ecosistemi, il valore più significativo rispetto alle emissioni generate dagli eventi è proprio quello generato dagli spostamenti, sia dell'audience sia chiaramente dei relatori. Quindi questo è stato un primo contributo. Dall'altro lato, nel gestire l'evento in presenza abbiamo strutturato altre dinamiche che fossero per esempio il riciclo possibile di tutte le cose che abbiamo utilizzato, quindi le vaschette monouso, privilegiare il più possibile delle stoviglie che potessimo lavare, privilegiare delle cose che avessimo già come comunità, quindi non solo noi come galleria, ma anche tanti altri collaboratori, amici del luogo hanno messo a disposizione per noi e poi si sono ripresi, che sembrano dettagli marginali, però alla fine quando si effettua un conteggio delle emissioni degli eventi, queste cose qui sono particolarmente significative e in men che non si dica le emissioni si alzano enormemente. Abbiamo privilegiato dei menù esclusivamente vegani, in pochissimi casi con delle eccezioni vegetariane, però con dei prodotti del locale, quindi presi da agriturismi locali in cui per esempio le uova di allevamenti di pollai, insomma piccoli, in cui le condizioni animali sono buone e soprattutto non c'è uno sforzo di filiera che va poi ad aumentare consistentemente sia le emissioni sia dal punto di vista dei trasporti sia dal punto di vista poi di tutto il processo che implica. Quindi questo è il nostro contributo nel tentare nel realizzare questo forum, che da alcuni punti di vista è stato particolarmente vincente, e però siamo ben consapevoli che può ancora migliorare e proprio per questo vogliamo sentire anche quello che è emerso appunto dai diversi panel. Io comincerei intanto con il panel sulle tecnologie digitali, in cui so che è connessa Cristina. Se mi confermate. Eccola.
Hi, Lucila. Hi, everyone.
Hi, Cristina. Thank you very much for joining.
Good day.
So please tell us what are your final remarks about your panel, what emerged significantly from it?
Actually, in my table, our topic is digital technology and culture sustainability. And luckily, I have about 3 artists and 1 architecture in my table. And very interestingly, they discuss about the way of using art as with the technology as tool and as a language and the foresight, together with the creation of art. And all of them agree that technology is a support and a tool, but beside that, they should have concern about cultural background and the historical background. For example, like in Professor Zhao animation practice, he shared about his artwork in a real site, and he attached importance on cultural background with the creation of Chinese traditional, like 2,000 years old goddess 𝘓𝐶 and 𝘓𝐶 in his creation. And in this way, together with the technology to be embedded in his creation, and he also, the culture is welcomed together. So let everybody not only in the hug of future, but also to face the past. In this case, another artist, Italian artist Naio from Italy, 3D artist, also share his opinion about the culture, the importance of culture in art events. And we had a wonderful time during that kind of discussion. Also, interestingly, we discussed about the identification difference in the algorithm and like in social media for face judge or for for the photo, a beautifying photo. We discussed the way behind of the algorithm. It's from a topic of 𝐒𝐞𝐲𝐧𝐶, and she gave out the example that she's researched in one of her work. She researched the likeness of people here. That ladies choose what they would look like more because of the calculation on from the the digital technology, and that bring more prejudice to people's judgment about looking. It attracts some of our speakers to discuss together, like curator Alfredo from Museum of 𝐒𝐞𝐲𝐽, MM Museum from 𝐒𝐞𝐲, and they discuss this a little bit deeper. And because our time is also, we have 7 speakers in our even a little bit tight, but they also discuss that for a few minutes, share a wonderful time about what do they think about this kind of prejudice bring with the technology also. Even we have, the newest technology, but still we, along with the prejudice behind of it. And beside that, also we have a very up-to-date contemporary curator in our table called Professor Gu Zhenqing. He's very, very up-to-date about meta-universe research, and he shared with us important, prominent artists in the meta-universe field, and share us about the blockchain concept and work, crypto work in that field, and the concept of the artist to design this according to the concept of this kind of, this kind of the chain. We are very lucky we have such professionals in the table and to share what they know the best in this field. And beside that, we also have the practitioner Grace 𝘓𝐿𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐿𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸 And recently, then about a few years, they had practice in Guangzhou and Shenzhen both. And the project they had in Shenzhen actually is called SWCSA. It's based in 𝐓𝐶𝐞. It's beside 𝐅𝐫𝐢𝐝 in Shenzhen Bay. Actually, it's a center together with like a theater, a contemporary art center, a museum, and they ran a salon, you know, a kind of art branch there in that big mega building together. So she shared how digital technology, the database, helped them to recruit the members and to manage the clients and encourage them to have more art practice and the culture encounters, and bring out 3 keywords from Grace Li. 𝘓𝐶 is action, action, action. I want to share this with all the other colleagues. Means no matter how newest, up to date the technology we have and how deep is the cultural background we have, but we should act out. Where should we act so can make things happen? And I'm very grateful that I also had like a specialist in contemporary arts and such beautiful person like Alfredo Camerotti, and he shared us about his management in curating in museum, in logistics, and his idea of responsibility connecting to the curating and make things happen, like all the exhibition. If you want to make a beautiful exhibition, of course you need, have logistics, you need to transfer the artwork from A place to B place, and how can you reduce this kind of, costly expense or the label or the environment destruction, something like that. Even maybe not 100% perfect what they have done, but I think they have this idea and will make a different future or tomorrow. And also we have the architecture Masayuki. He based in New York. So we had a roundtable from New York, Italy, and Canton, China, and Tianjin, China, and around the world like that. It's very, multi-dimensional and a different time base. And Masayuki also shared the things, the fancy program they had together with NASA and what they had done for rebuilding Ukraine. And their goal of environment-friendly program and building some grain-based green goal, future architecture. And the most interesting thing is his idea of building a museum for the digital art, and without structure, and without the gravity, and without the location, a kind of new concept about changing our mind. There are lots of things actually happen in our table in the conversation, but I just share with all of you a little bit what I can express the best. I hope you can really comprehend, and I try my best. Thank you.
Grazie, Cristina. Yes, we understood pretty well. And I think that one of the challenges of the digital realm, also according to the arts in general, is the fact that we have technologies that are very accessible now, and also everyone can use them, which means that we'll have a lot of more people that can experiment things, which is positive. On the other hand, we also have a lot of production of situations, of things, and artworks, but also I'm thinking about AI, also a lot of emissions given by a lot of tries that people make, that any kind of people, anyone of the Western world at least, can do with their own devices. So this is a very crucial topic, I think, the fact that technology substantial for going on having a connected world, and the possibility that, I mean, we are right now connected from America. Okay, so we are connected again. Yeah, I think it's something that I thought in these days that I would really like to share with you and see what you think about it, is that projects in general are in life are quite a fragile matter, because there are always things that can go wrong, possibly. Like, for example, the connection we had in these days. You know, you work on a project, on an event for months, and then the only thing that can go wrong is the infrastructure, and the infrastructure fails. And so projects sometimes are fragile on this side. On the other hand, listening also to this morning's panel about more than human, but also in general, I think it's something that emerged from all the conversations, that listening is instead very strong and steady. And so the fact that we connect with the world, just like the way we're doing, like all the panel did, so connecting all together and discussing together, understanding the problems, understanding the also ideas to solve the problems or to build new things, is instead a very strong matter. And I think this is something that I personally am taking away from this forum. And I would anyway like to know what to call Nazli Parvizi, who's the president of MOFAD, that conducted the table on the heritage as a living matter, and ask her to present a little bit what she took away from her panel specifically.
Thanks, Lucia. So as Lucia mentioned, my panel, I'm not sure that we were there to solve a problem, but it was really fascinating to speak with everyone. The premise of my panel was to explore how storytelling, culinary traditions, just because a couple of us have backgrounds in food, arts, crafts, architecture are evolving, with a real focus on how museums and cultural centers can go from mere preservation to active storytelling and community engagement, to sort of take heritage not as something static, but as a living force that fosters sustainability. And we had a really wonderful panel. With me was a curator from the Climate Museum in New York City, a scholar, a chef, and an artist in Toronto by the name of Ozos, a Nigerian scholar and chef, a professor in China by the name of Q Lu. We had a little presentation by innkeeper at the Osteria La Campanera, who's not part of the panel, but kind of presented to us his project of kind of reviving an old town in Italy, and creating a hotel and a restaurant that became a real destination and revived a very rural and small area. And then we had several artists, Adriana Kowalik from Poland and Jennifer Wen-Ma, who's also calling in from China, which was also really amazing. And then for a little bit, we had Fabio Salvatano, who came from Alberta, Italia, who was part of Lucia. I believe you said he was affiliated with the university, but was really part of sort of the forest collective or
Yes.
reforestation process near.
Yes, indeed. He is a professor and scientific topics, so he's a scientist in the University of Sassari, but also he was represented in the table 𝐊𝐵𝐷𝐸𝐼𝐴, who's an association that plants trees in order to reduce the CO2 in the air. So,
yeah. And really the focus of our panel was to think about storytelling as a tool for sustainability and community resilience, and the role, and really focusing on, as I said, museums. I thought what was great, I'm missing also Florian Eidenberg, who's the founder of 𝐒𝐞𝐻𝐿, one of the co-founders, 𝐒𝐞𝐻𝐿 Architects, along with his wife. And I thought what was really interesting was we didn't actually have anybody who came from a traditional museum, and that was sort of purposeful. Both myself running the Museum of Food and Drink and Saskia running the Climate Museum run museums that don't count on collections, but actually count on exhibitions and storytelling to kind of move an idea forward. And I believe for the Climate Museum, that's the entire point, is to really think about how do you take this sort of abstract idea like climate change and make it approachable and bring people in, and both through positive and negative stories. I love what you said, which was that people walk in feeling very helpless about this sort of huge and topic that they don't feel like they can tackle, and they walk out feeling like they can be part of some solution. And they do it through, again, these small sort of interactive exhibitions and these small ways that folks can change, and by giving people understandings of parts of the system that allow folks to engage and become activated. So I thought that was really interesting. The idea of a climate museum obviously wouldn't exist many years ago. And Florian did such a great job of even coming out with this idea of like, what's a museum really? It's this really new idea, in fact, historically, right? In terms of a space for gathering. What it really meant was it was a repository for wealth. It had to come at a time when people started collecting and then needed a place to put those collections. In America, it certainly comes along with this idea of people needing a tax break in order to maybe hold on to those collections. And you know, and then there became sort of public element of being able to then share those collections. But, you know, oftentimes you're sort of showing 10% of a collection, you're storing the other 90%. The museum itself, so a traditional art museum, uses an incredible amount of resources actually to actually cool and climate control these static objects. And I thought that was just really fascinating to even think about the institution of a museum and its role in sustainability, and how in some ways it's so unsustainable to kind of show these very hollowed things in these very tightly controlled kind of refrigerators, and kind of freeze everything at a moment in time when the world around is really sort of degrading around it, right? So I thought that was such an interesting point to bring up as we were talking about sustainability and storytelling, and how museums are just there to freeze a moment in time while everything is kind of moving around them. We spoke with Ozos and Jennifer about kind of works that are meant to be kind of destroyed and to react to the environment. Jennifer shared with us some projects she'd done with the Natural Resources Defense Council, and how certain art projects can be used to show how the environment changes through time, and to kind of bring that awareness of time and change in the environmental cycles to the audiences, which I thought was really beautiful. A lot of her works focus on that. And then conversely, a kind of very different kinds of projects she did around Chinese opera, when we talked about what's that sort of balance between tradition and moving ideas forward, and how she's had collaborators say, we're not going to change Chinese opera because it's perfect. And how she sort of was like, you know, there's something really admirable about this, about the fact that there are people who really want to preserve craft as is. And I take that knowing that I'm speaking to a room full of Italians who, again, from a culinary tradition, are probably the most famous for sort of being very specific about certain things staying exactly as is, certain recipes staying as is. But then, of course, we know that things change anyway. But again, there's a sort of tension between wanting to preserve crafts and art that is changing, and wanting to preserve these traditions, but also knowing in the world that's rapidly changing, how do you adapt? How do you adapt when you start for example, in painting, when you start losing access to pigments because of climate change or because of species endangerment? How do you start reacting when you lose ingredients because of climate change? And Ozo's brought up this really interesting thing. I think we all had this great conversation about the storytelling of adaptation, that it's really, what we hold on to is sort of that loss and grief, but that the sort of storytelling is what allows you to adapt, and to sort of hold on to the heritage, even if the materials of the crafts or the arts change. And that part of it turned into a really deeply personal sort of exchange, I thought, with some of the panel members, as well as some of the audience who were really asking about that. We had a great question about what happens when groups of people get moved because of climate change, and how do you deal with that sort of migration, both as the place that receives migrants, as well as the place that loses them and the people that lose their home. It was a little bit of a drift, but again, that idea of loss and grief really sort of came up at the end, which I thought was really lovely, because that is what storytelling really is. It's a way of making something deeply personal, these abstract ideas that loom large, like climate change and sustainability, and make it deeply personal and relatable. And I think for all of us, again, whether it's from a point of view of architecture or from the point of view of running a food museum or climate museum, the whole point is to try to create really accessible access, to create access points where people can come into these topics without shame, without intimidation, and really think about how they can be agents of change and kind of join these larger movements in small ways. I mean, I think that's a sort of sum up. We saw some really wonderful art projects from Professor Q and some really wonderful architecture projects. But ultimately, again, I thought that what really united all of us was this idea of how to use all of our crafts, our exhibitions, our design, to kind of invite people in to hear a story and make it deeply personal in a way that they could relate, and then walk out being able to sort of understand that they could be a part of the solution. So as I said, we didn't come up with a solution, but I think we did a really nice job of sort of empowering the audience with this idea that anyone could be part of a solution.
Right. I think that in general, also already the fact of speaking together about something generates the change, starts the change, because as you were saying also, like it start building the consciousness of everyone that they can change something and they are part of something broader. So that's a very interesting outcome, and I think that in this sense we all won already with the forum, because we involved a lot of people. We reasoned all together on a specific topic, and we involved around 80 professionals from the world of culture and the 5 continents for this, and this involved further more people that followed us online, in person, in the various venues. So I think that this is a part of the change, a little part, of course, always, of a bigger change.
Yeah, and I think, all of us were thinking about who carries culture. And as I said, our sort of corner of it was really focused on cultural institutions and museums, which I think, again, are not traditionally thought of as places where you go and think about sustainability, especially traditional museums. And I think that the idea that you can push museums into sort of a more modern sensibility or into being more reactive with the modern world is a really interesting one, given their history, right? Given what they're supposed to do, and even just, again, given their architecture. So, you know, it ended with a really interesting idea of Florian talking about a new museum that he was designing for a university here called Williams College that actually is where they really care about sustainability. And for them, it was also about not just what goes into the museum, but how far the art travels, the carbon footprint of the museum, of the art, every aspect of it, not just the cooling of the museum and everything, but it was interesting, all the sort of metrics of how sustainable that museum was. And again, they weren't just focused on the building, they were focused on the carbon footprint of the food in the cafe, how the art was traveling, the crate. Like, it was just kind of really interesting that they decided to take this entire holistic approach on becoming sustainable without sort of greenwashing it, but like from, you know, we say from pig to tail in the food world, it was almost a pig to tail art museum. From pigment to canvas, I guess, pigment to frame.
Right. No, that's always a wonderful discussion. And I would like to know also from Tom, what are his points of view on this? At the end, I mean, also while conducting the research and involvement of all the people, we talked all together with all the moderators, of course, about the topics. We discussed carefully about the briefs of every table and so on. And it was evident that all the topics would cross because it's an ecosystemic dimension, the one of addressing sustainability as a topic. So Tom, what are your points on your table and in general on the topic? We don't hear you, Tom.
Great, there it is. Thank you, Lucilla. I think for me, I think what Nazli just said earlier about bringing other people's voices together and using those stories to invite people in, and also you sort of mentioning it as well, this idea that having the discussion alone is empowering, especially when you bring multiple people working on projects that are important to their community, to their family, to themselves in different places. We kind of see the commonalities that bridge us across these countries and continents, and we're all sort of trying to make our way through this very confusing time, as I think a lot of the panelists discussed, but also how to deal with the challenges that so often are political. And I go back to what you said about the idea of projects and infrastructure. I think we kind of are grappling with the reality that our infrastructure, whether it's economic, cultural, political, natural, ecological, scientific, technological infrastructure that we so often take for granted is in danger, needs to be protected. And with that sort of comes this feeling of uncertainty. And so I found it particularly empowering that we had so many great voices that were grappling with these issues and coming up with solutions, whether they were individual, whether they were for their community or society, or in the case of, you know, as you were saying, with more human than human, sort of reimagining the future of humanity itself. For my particular panel, I thought it was really cool, especially, and I'm sorry that we don't have my excellent and fabulous co-moderator, Julia Lammer. She unfortunately wasn't able to come this morning. Was hearing Pascal Kaiser, who's the director at the European Capital of Culture, Bourges, in 2028, and Johanna Hoffman and Michael Polish, who were sort of discussing the idea of reimagining the narrative itself. when we talk about economic sustainability, so often we think as cultural institutions that we're forced to live in the world that was created for us. And which means that we have to deal with existing stakeholders, with existing power holders, with existing foundations and donors and state agencies. And then we measure ourselves by metrics that are sort of very limiting because they miss the power and the value that comes from engaging in sustainable practices and what they do for the community in ways that don't show up as a euro or dollar bottom line. One of the great things that Johanna said, which I thought was so powerful, was, you know, why does no one talk about how the fact that if you insulate your home, it cools the person next to you, right? That's a kind of value that a cultural institution that is, or an organization or anybody that is doing something that's ecologically sustainable, that provides a value that we don't sort of measure in our ideas of economic sustainability. And in the same thing, I felt it was so powerful when Pascal talked about this idea of a carbon passport. And he said, yes, of course, we have to have these events. Yes, of course, we need to bring art and culture, and we need to bring attention to these towns and rural places throughout Europe and America that are dying because they don't have access to the infrastructure of a major urban center. But it doesn't mean that we need to highlight those places through unsustainable ways. We can create incentives for people that make them want to choose the most ecologically sustainable way of getting there. So for instance, in his idea, or in his project in Bourges in 2028, people that fly are going to miss so much of the art that's possible, but people that take the train or people that take a bus are going to enjoy much more deep and powerful art experiences that are connected to the project than somebody who gets in their car and drives from Paris. And then I think, you know, Nando as well also spoke something which I thought was very interesting, which is that, you know, so often we are ahead of ourselves in the conversation because we are living with it, breathing with it every single day. People in rural places are just trying to keep their culture alive. And so part of our responsibility as cultural institutions that are looking to make things sustainable need to recognize that we might be a little ahead of the curve. We need to, you know, first, let's save that regional recipe in Italy, or let's save that wooded forest, right? And then we can talk about how to make the entire world sustainable, because I think you need to make the story personal for people that are dealing with those challenges on a daily basis. And I think that's, I mean, at its core, kind of, you know, what Michelle was talking about, or Michelle Polish, who is one of the European climate ambassadors, like the idea, and to echo back to what Nazi said, the idea is to, you know, let people's stories shape kind of the possibilities of what we can do. And let's change the conversation, whether it's economically by valuing different measures or bringing attention to things that aren't generally discussed. And I think, you know, the most empowering thing about Johanna's idea, sort of presentation for me, was that it's a positive force. You know, so often we feel as if we have to tell people, don't do this, but actually we can create experiences that are better. It's a yes, and yes, we have to be economically sustainable, but there can be more art, there can be more culture, there can be more joy from it.
And it's also a topic of education then, because it's creating a general feeling of a common value, basically. And so this has to be sort of I think, brought up to new generation, but also old generation. And I think this is a big part of the role of museums also. And I believe that also Edith Doran is in the call right now. And if she is, it would be wonderful to hear her point of view on her panel. That was, hi Edith, that was very dense on the topic of education and cultural institutions.
Yes. Hi. Good morning, everybody. My name is Edith Doran. It was an honor to participate in this forum, and it was a genuine pleasure. It's still haunting me, the experience of hosting and listening to some of the profound statements, and incredibly creative and critical. So creativity and criticality, absolutely essential to oh, I can hear someone speaking over me, Lucilla. Is that it's like in Italian and it's speaking over me?
Yeah, sorry.
That's because we have
the translator. Oh, yeah. Yes.
So do I just keep speaking? Is that and then how does this work?
No,
maybe put your English thing into interpretation off. That might help too.
Oh, yeah. Where was that? Ooh, technology.
Go on the bottom and in between to the left of apps. It's been fixed. There you go.
Oh, just go on? Okay. Okay. So at my table, we had Ray Gastil, who was a city planner and urban designer for cities you might know, like New York and Seattle and Pittsburgh. We had Janera Solomon, a great speaker and museum leader, and especially in theater. Eric Shiner, who right now is the director of Powerhouse. And we had Christopher Finsk, who's the president of the European Graduate School, Francesco Spampinato from Bologna, and Pao Palacios, who is one of the creative directors of Agrupación Señor Serrano. So we had an award-winning and internationally recognized artist of a very small, he kept on referring to how small his company is and how he, after 20 years, is very proud of remaining small and not participating in the language of scaling up and growth as some sort of unexamined good thing. And Cecile Schellman, who is a diversity catalyst and author. So I'll just start by, we didn't have time for discussion in our group, so it's going to be a little bit hard for me to summarize. I can say that it was an incredible series of talks, and everybody was so excited about everyone else's contribution that we are all right now in the background, emailing and calling and looking for ways to continue the discussion that didn't get a chance to happen in public here. So we're looking very forward to that because there were just so many connections across research and community engagement where education is concerned. So the cultural institutions, Ray kind of kicked us off by saying cultural institutions are how a city sees itself. They're part of the very identity of that city and of the people living in that city. It validates the city. And he's often, as an urban planner, working in that kind of nexus of government and clients and all sorts of other sort of stakeholders, artists, and cultural institutions in any kind of project development. And he spoke a lot about resilience and grit and pivot. He saw New York through 9/11. Community relations are absolutely essential. We saw that as a common thread throughout all of the talks. if a cultural institution does not make real connections, and I'm talking about also not just museums. My background is deep in museums, and I would have to say, in terms of, someone spoke earlier about established museums and why do they keep all these old things. That's very heartbreaking to me because, of course, for the museum, I sort of think of it in the same way we think of ecology. What you see in front of you is millions of years of evolution. And it's the same thing culturally. When you see artifacts, what you see is a history of ideas. And so those ideas, whether you see it or not, are animating your present reality. So this was very much something that was very important to all of us, a reality that's composed of, I would say, another sort of theme was language, and I heard that again with the storytelling. And the other thing was love. Pau Palacios' next production will be focused on love. So it's not something that you might think would happen in a talk on, how do we create sort of like skills and training for the future of education, although those pragmatics were definitely part of the conversation. But the sort of instrumental or transactional aspect of that, the box ticking, is not what's at the heart of sustainability, because it doesn't ask, what are you sustaining? Who are you sustaining? Why? And that's really at the core of education and cultural institutions. So I'll just say a few more things. I'm not sure how much more time I have, but I'll say a few things of what people shared. There were a lot of collaborations between and sort of transgressions between disciplines. So it was very important, and this would translate into precisely degrees or studying sustainability and training people in those ideas and values and behaviors. You need that transgression of disciplines. You need art and science research happening together. You need questions that come from one area being able to be sown as a seed in another. You need that discomfort. You need that cross-disciplinary, translational, transgressive adaptability. The questions that are involved in the crises that we're addressing are just too complex, too wicked for one or discipline to handle on its own. It reminds me of when I did my postdoc. I sort of said the same thing, but instead of disciplines, as it were, I was working across museums. So 4 museums, technology, natural history, fine art, contemporary art, having to speak to one another and creating alliances that were driven by research and creating new research flows. So that was incredibly important. I think Francesco was great in delivering, what that looks like pragmatically. Cecile and Chris, and they were all very excited about this idea of a micro-credential, which was delivered, excuse me, sorry, I'm a little dry this morning, supported through the European Commission. So he had a micro-credential in sustainability. And what was beautiful about this project was that it was very arts-based. It was a curriculum that was based in, he had these sort of 4 sections or thematically organized sections. One was on perceptions, reactions, productions, and solutions. So it was looking at how we understand climate change via the arts, which again was something that I did in my postdoc. And museums today, I mean, you don't need to have a museum of climate change for museums to be working on climate change, both internally and the way they understand climate change to be an exigent, urgent question of social crisis for their audiences. So you actually see there are very established museums working very contemporaneously with our times. And they often use art to help, past art, to help communicate the complexity of these ideas. So Francesco's children's book, for example, helped deliver that beautifully, because he was looking at past, so the last century of art movements, for example, land art. And in his children's book, you have basically a manual of how to participate. I think Tom was talking about that empowerment, that capacity to feel like this enormous question. And that's what ecology is. It's enormous because it's all about the study of relationships. And like Tom said again, how do you measure relationship? If you're insulating your house, how do you give value to the fact that it's not just your energy bills that are going down or resources that are not being wasted, but that the person next to you, right, is cooler, right, is calmer, is restored to their well-being. So, so that whole question of encounter, community, and the value of repairing a deep sense of dispossession. 𝘓𝐶 brought that up. 𝘓𝐶 did like a top 10 of literature and poetry. It was really gorgeous. I was really impressed. Everybody was using it. Pao, for example. I love to see how my guests were sort of referencing each other during the talk. That was really lovely. So, I mean, and that can, yeah, again, that only happens in these moments of encounter. So Pao, for example, loved the line that 𝘓𝐶 said about, you cannot write a haiku if you know what the last line is going to be. So it's really about writing as a process, and I'm thinking of writing very, very broadly here, right? And Pao's process was deeply like that. It was, again, deeply community-driven, deeply empowering. He gave us his process in creating new productions. He takes up a question, they do months and months of research, they then come together and create a small, maybe 10-minute enactment on stage, but they have people in the community there and they get the feedback. That feedback then feeds into the growth of that idea. So, and that goes on for almost a year, over and over and over again. So a very organic kind of development, very beautiful. And like I said, very small. Speaking of small, like when I hosted Senor Serrano for his production of 𝘓𝐷𝐷𝐷 when I did my postdoc in Pittsburgh, and I was amazed at what they brought with them. So all they had, so every person, I think there were 4. Each person had a suitcase. So whatever fits in that suitcase, that was it. That was the rule of sustainable avant-garde theater. So it was like, if it didn't fit in the suitcase, they had to go back to the drawing board and think and create a new option. So all of their productions follow that line. So extremely, and they love it. They love that. They don't see it as a limitation. They see it as a challenge to be more creative. So that's fantastic. Like I said, language was also a big part of throughout all of this. We saw it as essential to the very sustainability of human being. And Chris gave a fantastic paper, which he delivered, and he spoke about what the sort of crises of AI, where language is concerned. Not many people talk about this, but AI is such a huge question. He sort of focused on where his expertise is, and that's philosophy of language. So he was talking about, and I'll quote the last the last sentence of his paper, because he was looking at, well, it's been 10 years since the first time he really looked at this, but he was looking at extinction of species as a, you know, and the sixth extinction, when the book The Sixth Extinction came out. And I remember when we were studying this together, and I was using a website that a lot of scientists use to, it's a sort of a live feeding website that looks at the endangerment and the extinction of species around the world. Kind of an incredible thing. You see habitat loss live. So he, of course, as a humanist, plugged in human. You know, how are we doing as a species? And interestingly enough, uncannily enough, the website spat out that we're doing just fine. So that was his kickoff, which is to say, I don't know about that. And from his point of view, he was looking at the death of languages and how that correlates with the death of cultures, and then what that means now that things are sped up into at an impossible pace with AI. So he wrote, linguistic creativity will be left to infants and lovers, and the few attempting poetry or philosophy, and those who circulate in what is left of streets for that window of time left in which humanity still survives. So certainly added some sort of darker colors to our palette, but ones that were absolutely necessary, like you said, to address the crisis honestly. Pao jumped in on that as well as Cecile. Right now in America, of course, we are living in a moment where cultural institutions are realizing that perhaps we've taken for granted a certain political atmosphere, a certain political ecology, especially with regards to public trust. And so a lot of my guests spoke to that. You know, I think it was Hannah Arendt who said something regarding the sort of influx of lies, right? Which doesn't like just confuse what is truth or what is lies. It creates a kind of indifference and a kind of deep disempowerment, deep disenfranchisement to the truth, and that's when things really fall apart. So I think cultural institutions are in a very fragile moment right now for all sorts of reasons, the political environment being one of them. But I think that what we all shared was that we have to continue with the kinds of commitments to community, to encounter, to places of gathering. Eric put up an image of the ruins of the Agora in Athens as an image of like these big ideas, very old ideas of democracy, or perhaps modern ideas of progress and of development, are always questions that we must ask. They're not givens. Yes, this is at the heart of the question of who are we sustaining, why. So that it was a beautiful table for me, and like I said, I hope that we, and I know it will, because we're already making plans, concrete plans, times and dates for us to meet together. So Pao's company is coming to New York to perform in January, so that's going to be, you know, a lot of glasses raised for that and a lot of conversations. So. Yes, thank you so much for the opportunity to bring all these people together. It was very moving.
Thank you so much, Aditi. I'm Lucilla colleagues. We have seen one time in a call.
Yes.
Hi. I take a few time to thank you, and I think that your consideration and education are really valuable and really interesting, especially in the meaning of interdisciplinarity and in the fact that we really need as artistic workers to connect to each other, to connect to the world of science, the world of architecture, design, because we can't go farther alone or with just our knowledge. And that kind of situation of crisis, we need to keep talking each other, and hopefully also to meet in person one time in Italy or in New York, or in a place that debate and dialogue could happen. I would like to share with all of you the consideration and the thoughts written by Nicola Bianchi, the moderator of the table Circularity, because it's not right now here, so I will read his synthesis for you, and which it was a quite interesting, a really interesting table as well, with a lot of guests and him as well. It was a really interesting interview and speak. I will read right for you. Culture emerged as a transformative lever. For circularity to take root, it must become social desirable. Speaker emphasize an ecosystemic, community-based that strength ties among cultural institutions, education system, and territories. On this cultural ground, circular choices can be shared and scaled, bridge language and sectorial divided, and through the communities deliberately including the peripheries and discarded places and groups. And then Nicola pointed a few points quite important. So culture as a lever, it is a fundamental tool to transformate our world. Public awareness makes circularity and sustainability socially desirable. So change can happen. Messages that cultural organization needs to work on. We are part of nature, remain human, build community, respect the commons. Role of museums. The museums as places in service of Agenda 2030. Platforms to explore circularity and sustainability, and spaces for discussion, inspiration, and co-creation, engaging schools and local national communities to anticipate change. Importance to enhance the engagement in discussion of schools, local and national communities, NGOs, and other stakeholders. Another point is urban circularity. Circularity, it is also an act of seeing urban space as a commons, caring for what has been discarded. It is turning ruins into homes. Importance of equity and inclusion. Reciprocity, local community engagement, inclusion, peripheries, and discarded places. Another point, exchange of practice. Promote good practice exchange through organizations such as ICOM, and at the global level, Ecosistema Futuro as an Italian example. Ecosystem approach, network and coalition, build awareness through network collaboration and multi-stakeholder initiative, as ICOM and cluster exhibit in Italy. And so on. Scalability, focus on scaling networks and alliances. Problems are global and solutions should operate at the same scale. Selected practice discusses on the panel. ASVI's legislative proposal require government to conduct an ex-ante economic, social and environmental impact assessment for every new piece of legislation. Ecosistema Futuro, a platform built on institutional champions, Italian ministries, university, youth association and industry association. DOMIE,
an abandoned ruin in Poznan, which became a commons, a space where knowledge is shared and produced. Design differente and non si butta via niente, two different business model, startup of circularity in Italy. Last but not least, cluster exhibit, an Italian cluster that should be scaled at the European level. Thank you so much. This is our words by Nicola Bianchi.
I think it's very interesting to see how circularity has different, but in general, sustainability has different levels, because we immediately think usually to matter and to the need of creating, circularity, recycling, and so on, which is a huge part, of course, of it. But on the other hand, it's wonderful to hear from all your tables, especially yours, Edith, that there's a very strong part of sustainability that must be built in a completely intangible sphere, which is, you mentioned love, and as much as romantic it can feel, actually that's true, because this is the basic kind of respect and to a collective well-being situation that can create the conditions to a sustainable ecosystem, I would say. So this is something very interesting that is emerging from the tables and the discussion, I think, because, I mean, we started with a very practical kind of approach, like, okay, so how much do museums consume and emit? How much can an exhibition be impactful? But actually here we are talking about how we should be impactful in a different way. So not concerning CO2, of course, but concerning education and creating communities. So there is an impact to actually be created. So anyway, very, very happy to hear that some of the tables, like yours, that will bring on its work and discussion in person, which is also a great outcome, I think, of a collective work. And this happens when there's a lot of passion put in what we do. And I think that in general, of course, all our moderators put their heart in the project, as we in the institution did, Lara and I and Fabio and so on. But I think that in general, and that's what I feel also in my job in general, in the sustainability system topic, there's a strong energy given by the fact that it is based on common values. And so the collaboration gets very easier and so also engaging for anyone involved. And this is something I think is very interesting and important also. Okay, and we can go on with the last few tables remaining to present, and I think we can go on with the people that are here with us in person. But we're talking about like 5 minutes of presentation. But Alice, if you want to go ahead with your takeaways from your table, that's fantastic.
Ciao, grazie a tutti. Sono stati 3 giorni veramente intensi ma molto belli, e ringrazio tutti quindi anche per le ispirazioni che sono fondamentali per tutti noi. Il tavolo delle collaborazioni territoriali è stato infatti volutamente anche costruito con un gruppo interdisciplinare ma anche interculturale, perché quello che secondo me ha dimostrato in questi 3 giorni questo forum è anche come ci stiamo tutti interrogando in varie parti del mondo, no? Su quello che stiamo attraversando a livello mondiale, umanitario e ambientale chiaramente, e come ciascun paese, ciascuna cultura diciamo del territorio sta rispondendo. Nel nostro tentativo appunto di intercultura è legato molto quindi a quale può essere il ruolo delle istituzioni culturali dentro a processi ecosistemici territoriali, diciamo. Noi abbiamo fondato più su un discorso proprio di collaborazione di territori in senso chiaramente generale, anche se il nostro tavolo ha avuto diciamo l'onore, il piacere di avere anche la sindaca di Santa Sofia insieme a noi, come anche un rappresentante dell'Associazione degli Alpini, quindi una persona nata e che qua e che vive soprattutto anche facendo volontariato per trasmettere le sue conoscenze alle generazioni più giovani o comunque trasmettere quello che è il territorio anche a persone esterne da Santa Sofia. Quindi diciamo che è stato un tavolo con molte presenze, circa, se non sbaglio, 11, quindi interdisciplinari, perché abbiamo voluto inserire dentro da architetti, designer, artisti, social designer, storici dell'arte, tra cui abbiamo anche Fabio Cavallucci di Institution, quindi varie voci che però hanno aperto intanto secondo noi un dibattito importante su come allargare anche l'immaginario collettivo su quello che significa arte, perlomeno diciamo intorno a questo tavolo di collaborazioni territoriali, perché appunto si tratta di un'arte, come poi se abbiamo visto anche in altri tavoli, in cui l'ecosistema che vogliamo, diciamo un po' cerchiamo di raggiungere, si tratta di un dialogo con la natura, dialogo con la natura del territorio e quindi anche con quella che sono i materiali, tecniche. Quindi per noi il tavolo che abbiamo costruito tratta molto anche di architettura, tratta molto di artigianato, che comunque è un'espressione, un dialogo tra uomo e natura, che è diverso in varie parti del mondo, ma perché diverse sono i suoi materiali e sono anche le sue tecniche, le sue ritualità. Però quindi diventa fondamentale appunto partire anche da questi dialoghi, quindi da un dialogo anche che mette insieme quelle che sono, per parlare di un ecosistema territoriale, i patrimoni sia materiali e immateriali, tangibili, intangibili. Su questo l'artista Antie secondo me ha dato un punto bellissimo, sia con chiaramente l'arte legata al suono, quindi al lavoro che sta facendo nei territori, che però ci dimostra come veramente è tutto molto stratificato, cioè è un linguaggio veramente che abbraccia tantissime cose l'arte, quindi dal suono ma anche la non presenza. È stato bellissimo su questo per esempio la presentazione di Ibrahim dal Benin, direttore dell'Ecomuseo, il primo ecomuseo presente in Africa tra l'altro, che non è da sottovalutare, che lui parla anche di nel portare avanti il lavoro di preservazione dell'architettura tradizionale di un territorio, un'architettura in terra cruda. Quindi qui ritroviamo, come vi dicevo prima, questo dialogo tra uomo e natura, quindi con un'architettura in terra cruda, e dove lui parla di gestualità, ora non l'ho riportato qua, scusate, ma sono praticamente del silenzio, nel senso che molto spesso il tramandare vuol dire anche osservare, vuol dire anche ascoltare, e quindi diventa quasi come un tramandare in silenzio quelli che sono poi i patrimoni anche intangibili di un territorio. E su questo appunto mi soffermerei sul fatto anche quindi del trasmettere. Abbiamo avuto secondo me un interlocutore fantastico con noi, molto giovane, 𝘓𝐿 dalla Cina, che ci ha portato invece un esempio di come non è tanto un discorso legato alla natura, ma quindi di materia legata alla natura, ma di come ci si interfaccia anche rigenerando quello che l'uomo ha creato in degli spazi, e quindi creando e dando voce a comunità di giovani, quindi dando spazio ai giovani e a quello che diciamo hanno bisogno anche loro di dire in questo momento, perché appunto quando si parla di comunità, si parla di una comunità chiaramente allargata, dove i giovani dovrebbero e devono avere uno spazio sempre maggiore. Lui ce lo ha dimostrato parlando tra l'altro di comunità, scusate, perché mi è piaciuto molto la ecologia di comunità, quindi ricreare spazi dove coinvolgere i giovani e creati dai giovani per un ecosistema di uguaglianza, quindi dare spazio. E qui voglio aprire un'altra parentesi sul dare spazio che è emerso anche da questo tavolo. Dare spazio, quindi le istituzioni culturali si devono aprire in qualche modo e devono parlare, diciamo, come ha detto Antie, appunto la scultrice del suono, è come se ci fosse un po' una barriera, lei da artista soprattutto ne ha parlato, se ci fosse una barriera diciamo tra le istituzioni e poi quello che è la comunità e il territorio, e quindi è come se chiedesse in certo qual modo un'apertura per poter appunto ricevere anche i bisogni del territorio, ma non solo i bisogni, ma anche quelle che potrebbero essere le opportunità. Quindi diciamo un tavolo di cui quello che è emerso secondo me è legato molto anche a una bioeconomia circolare. Abbiamo visto dal Brasile progetti fatti con le comunità locali in cui si coinvolge design e società, e quindi esempi di comunità sostenibili in loro modo, e poi soprattutto una cosa che secondo me è molto bella, che è comparsa in questo tavolo diciamo interculturale, è come può essere veramente una leva per diciamo ritrovare un po' l'appartenenza, ma la consapevolezza quindi dell'individuo di appartenere a un territorio, ma anche decolonizzare secondo me un immaginario che abbiamo tutti noi, che ci vuol portare a ragionare come veramente in tante parti del mondo ci stiamo interrogando su questa cosa e di come stiamo rispondendo, e penso che sia molto importante per capire anche da piccole realtà come Santa Sofia che non siamo soli, che tutti quanti ci stiamo ragionando, e che ancora di più appunto l'aspetto globale, cioè fare intercultura, queste connessioni come in questi 3 giorni diventano importanti per ispirarsi e per capire che non siamo soli per affrontare le tematiche di oggi.
No, è importantissimo, no, molto molto interessante, grazie Alice. On this note, I would like to thank Małgorzata Ludwisiak to be with us also, who moderated the Research and Vision Table, and I would like to ask her her takeaways from that discussion about cultural institutions and related to research, and what should institution become in this context of sustainability and in the future of the world.
Thank you very much. It's a pleasure to be here with you and be a part of this project. We had a very interesting, fascinating and very hot discussion, as a matter of fact, around different approaches to what research through art or research inviting other expertises might be. In the realm of sustainability and for the sake of cultural institutions. So it was fascinating to learn like really different backgrounds and approaches of the invited speakers and their experiences. It's hard to say if we came to one specific conclusion how to save the world. It would be fantastic. And we would love to, but yeah, it's rather I think if I could. or cultural institutions, in many instances, they are physically big, yeah, and with a long-term planning of exhibitions and programming. So to find a way how to be more flexible, to react smoothly to the changes that are happening very quickly in the world, in the societies. Also to think about downsizing institutions, not only thinking about, I don't know, there are buildings there already, so it's hard to start using half of them, yeah, but downsizing in terms of their programmatic ambitions, maybe. So to downscale our thinking about the program, maybe, yeah. So there were thoughts like that, but I would say that the most conclusion that we were most agreeing on was that the very term sustainability has to be redefined by us, people working in different fields related to arts, to culture, because in a way it's not. There was this ambition still back 10 years ago to really make the existing infrastructures, for example, museum infrastructures, cultural infrastructures, sustainable. In Europe, for example, with this goal to reach zero emission in 2030, which was the goal of European Union, and so on and so on. But we see, after several years have passed, we see that it's not really possible, and that we really have to think realistic. And maybe not use the word sustainable, or to fulfill it with different content, different meanings, to broaden the words, to be more precise with its usage. And we also kind of agreed that the term resilient is maybe more precise, because and this is maybe one of the goals for research that the cultural institutions might be hubs for, or facilitated or invited, how to be more resilient as cultural institutions with their activities, with their goals, and also how to assist the societies being in a very quiet moment, and being also influenced so much by populist politics and discourse, how to use the research, also like a hybrid research on the crossover of various disciplines, how to use it to design tools for the society, for resilience also, how to navigate and survive in a difficult world that is getting more and more difficult, and also for the art institutions, how to stay relevant with social needs and quickly changing emotional changes in the society, not only cognitive ones. So that was something that I would call our conclusion that we elaborated or came to and agreed most on. Although of course there were diverse voices, but I had an impression that this was kind of final conclusion of our very vivid and exciting conversation.
Thank you so much, Małgorzata. I'm Lucilla, colleague in an institution. Nice to meet you. Thank you so much for, nice to meet you. Thank you so much for your thoughts about resilient institution and for all the contribution on your roundtable. Now we will arrive at the end of this synthesis of the forum, and I would like to give the voice to Valentina Vanzini, which is the moderator of the table Human and More Than Human, to talk about all the relators and guests that were involved in this on this table and make the final sum up. Thank you so much. To you, Valentina.
Thank you so much. Se non è un problema parlerei in italiano, che purtroppo il mio cervello mi sta abbandonando, quindi ritorno alla lingua madre. Allora, il panel che ha concluso insomma un po' queste giornate, con, anche nel nostro caso penso con grandissima gioia, mi faceva un po' paura all'inizio rispetto agli altri, vedendo gli altri titoli che erano molto grounded, molto basati sulla tecnologia, il territorio, l'economia, quindi mi davano l'idea di qualcosa di misurabile, di quantificabile, mentre umano e non umano, sì, ovviamente è tangibile, ma in se stesso che cos'è se non una narrazione? E avevo un po' paura di come saremmo stati in grado di inserirci all'interno, ecco, il compagno non umana a proposito. Come saremmo stati in grado di inserirci all'interno di questa conversazione, parlando appunto, partendo da una narrazione. Stando qui, avendo il privilegio di seguire invece le altre tavole, quello che è stato molto chiaro è che di una narrazione, di un cambio di paradigma narrativo era in generale quello di cui tutti quanti stavamo parlando. E quindi sono stata molto contenta che nel nostro tavolo la maggior parte dei e delle partecipanti venisse da un mondo culturale e artistico, perché penso che l'arte in questo senso sia un'alleata formidabile, soprattutto quando dobbiamo cambiare il modo in cui parliamo e comprendiamo un altro che non condivide il nostro linguaggio. Diventa veramente una chiave essenziale che ci permette di capire non magari la direzione in cui andare, ma che esistono tante diverse direzioni, e mi sembra che questo sia emerso molto, molto chiaramente, già solo a partire dall'idea che ha raccontato Camilla Alberti, artista, del fatto che non stiamo parlando di un più, non stiamo parlando di un meno, non stiamo parlando di un altro, ma noi stessi, e lo diceva anche Cianaltai, noi stessi siamo un altro non umano, noi stessi siamo un olobionte pieno di batteri senza i quali non potremmo neanche essere qui a parlare e a incontrarci. L'altra cosa che mi ha colpito è stata che, parlando di macrosistemi, parlando di istituzioni, parlando di concetti filosofici ampi e complessi come quello dell'umano e del non umano, quello che siamo finiti a condividere è stata un'idea di affetto, è stata un'idea di amore, è stata un'idea di cura, è stata un'idea di generosità, è stata un'idea di dono, come ad esempio l'opera che ha raccontato Cianaltai, che parte dall'idea che le fontane sono ormai sparite dallo spazio pubblico, l'idea di condividere un'acqua che è gratuita è stata completamente soppiantata dalla bottiglietta d'acqua di plastica, e la sua opera, quindi il suo setting, come lui li chiama, diventa invece un'installazione che trasforma l'acqua piovana in acqua condivisa, riportando a un'idea di dono, di cura, ma anche le opere che ci ha raccontato ad esempio Mariana Dobkowska della mostra Soil and Friends, che non solo partivano da una ricerca e da una divulgazione delle piante, dei più che umani che stavano intorno al castello di Ujazdowski, ma anche le proteggevano in qualche modo, no? I cartellini con i nomi delle piante rendevano possibile il fatto che quelle piante potessero crescere, che l'erba non potesse essere tagliata in quel punto, o un'idea di compassione come quella che ci ha raccontato Gabi portando il caso dei City Sleepers di Francis Alice. Quindi tutti quest'idea che sento con piacere viene fuori anche dai tavoli che non ho avuto l'opportunità di seguire, come quello sull'educazione, sui territori. Un'idea di amore porta poi a un cambiamento concreto che si materializza in gesti più piccoli, come ad esempio ci raccontava sempre Gabi che è in Plato, l'istituzione culturale di Ostrava, che ospiterà tra l'altro Soil and Friends nel 2026. Adesso sono stata qualche mese fa, è pieno di cani perché c'è la possibilità di portarli, ci sono gli spazi e il cibo anche per loro, cioè è pieno di cucce, e quindi quando tu entri a Plato è piena anche internamente, non solo fuori nei suoi giardini, di compagni non umani. Ma il fatto di coinvolgere una comunità locale come quella che circonda il MOCA di Incheon, che è piazzato non soltanto ai confini della Cina con la Mongolia, ma anche sulle sponde del fiume Giallo, in mezzo alle risaie, e quindi andando in là si incontrano chilometri e chilometri di donne chine nel fango a tirare sul riso, e la loro programmazione pubblica permette di coinvolgere questa comunità e di tradurre in un atto concreto che poi ha cambiato anche la forma del museo, comunque la sua installazione, come abbiamo visto dalle immagini che ci ha fatto vedere Yves, e di conoscere il fiume Giallo, che lei in modo secondo me molto emozionante per tutta il panel ha chiamato la madre fiume, no? Il fiume madre. E quindi la domanda finale che secondo me emerge da questi tavoli è quindi ora, qui noi, dopo questi meravigliosi giorni insieme, quali sono gli atti d'amore più grandi o più piccoli che riusciamo a mettere in atto, che traducono questi discorsi in uno sguardo diverso, in una narrazione diversa, qualcosa che comporta ovviamente la presenza e la compresenza, cosa che non è stata assolutamente assente in questi giorni, né per noi che abbiamo avuto la fortuna di essere qui, ma neanche per tutti gli organizzatori. Sappiamo che ci sono voluti mesi per arrivare a questi punti, mesi di discorsi, mesi di chiamate, mesi di dialoghi, e speriamo, come abbiamo visto anche nel caso di Edith Doron, di poter continuare fra di noi questi dialoghi, perché è importantissimo che la comunità culturale si tenga stretta e si tenga coltivata, ma anche in un'espansione nello spazio in cui state cercando di radicarvi. Jérôme Bell, che insomma abbiamo avuto la fortuna di ascoltare appena prima del panel Human and More Than Human, ha rinunciato allo spostamento per motivi etici e politici ben chiari molto tempo fa. Però anche lui ci insegna che, insomma, sì, è vero, lui non si sposta, ma fa ore di prove con i ballerini che balleranno là dove deve essere, no? Quindi non è che non possiamo ridurre a un collegamento streaming di 20 minuti in un panel che, per quanto è stupendo, inizia e finisce lì. Quindi dover mettere nel budget delle istituzioni culturali il tempo, lo sbatti, se posso essere poco educata, e anche tutta quella sensazione di tempo che va a perdersi, a disperdersi nella cura quotidiana, nella presenza, che sia online o meno, penso possa essere un grosso shift in questo paradigma che stiamo cercando di cambiare insieme.
Grazie mille Valentina. Non so se i tempi ci permettono di concludere. Sì. È stato super interessante anche questa sessione di sintesi, e grazie a tutte e a tutti per insomma aver partecipato e aver fatto anche questo ultimo sforzo di racchiudere tutti i pensieri dei nostri relatori e di arrivare un po' al punto. Poi come dicevamo anche all'inizio, il forum in qualche maniera proseguirà, diciamo in forma cartacea. Abbiamo in mente di fare una pubblicazione, quindi teniamo tutti i relatori, i moderatori aggiornati, tutti coloro che hanno partecipato in diverse forme, piattaforme e a brevissimo ci rimetteremo al lavoro col materiale cartaceo, con le registrazioni che abbiamo di tutti i talk e tutti i panel e cercheremo appunto di raggiungere delle sintesi effettive, concrete a tutti questi pensieri che si sono intrecciati, interdisciplinari e provenienti un po' da tutto il mondo, appunto dai 5 continenti. Vuoi aggiungere qualcosa, Lucia?
Solo un grande ringraziamento a tutti di nuovo, a tutto il team nostro, a Fabio Cavallucci, Lara, Cecilia, Damini, Mascia, Milana, Alessia, tutte le persone che hanno collaborato con noi, c'è stato tantissimo lavoro dietro, i moderatori che hanno messo davvero il cuore in tutta questa cura, tutti quanti. Quindi grazie, e questo è un punto d'inizio per rimettere mano a tutte le nostre pratiche, noi in primis naturalmente. Grazie davvero a tutti, anche a Cristina che si sta collegando dalla Cina, tra l'altro in tarda serata, in tarda notte, quindi grazie davvero.
Thank you.